Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce Bodhipaksa. Bodhipaksa is from Scotland, and he came across the Triratna Buddhist community in 1979. It was actually Friends of the Western Buddhist Order back then at the Glasgow Buddhist Center. And he was ordained in Loka Retreat Center in Spain in 1993. And he was on a 16-week retreat that he got ordained and given the name Bodhipaksa. And he was also the director of the Dhyana Retreat Center in Scotland for a few years. And then he moved to the United States, to Montana, to pursue a master's degree in Buddhism and business, so in the context of right livelihood. And about that time, he had this really fantastic idea, which I think was very ahead of its time, to have an online meditation center. And so he started Wild Mind about 20 years ago and has been doing teaching Buddhism, meditation full time. And now he's written a number of books, most recently this difficult thing of being human. So you can check that out. And he lives in New Hampshire and has 2 children. So welcome and thank you, Bodhipaksa. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Manidha. I think what we'll do to begin with is just sit for 10 minutes just to arrive. So if you want to get yourself settled down. Oh, lost my bowl. There we go. So I'll just ring a bell at the beginning and end. Welcome. Good to see you all here. It's kind of strangely intimate, these gatherings, even though there's a lot of people. We're all present with each other. We're all, so to speak, in each other's houses, in each other's spaces, which means to us that each of us is in many, many different places, which I think is quite beautifully Buddhist. It's very much like Indra's net. So just to set some expectations for today, this is not an intensive meditation retreat. I think a lot of people expect that if we're going to be having a course on Dhyana, then that course is going to just involve lots and lots of meditation, because that's many people's expectation of what we do to get into Dhyana. You just do lots and lots of meditation and hopefully Dhyana happens. But this is more about skills today. It's more about developing a set of skills, which I'm going to position in a kind of a framework that helps us to move closer to jhana, certainly to first jhana, maybe further than that. But I'm going to be presenting you with a model and a collection of skills that will help you move closer to first jhana. And I think I described in the blurb for this retreat that jhana is a state of flow. And I think that's a very interesting term. It's a term that dates from the 1970s. In the mid-1970s, there was a Hungarian-American psychologist called Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. Please do not ask me to spell that. Who came up with this concept of flow. He was very interested in when people describe being in the zone, these very positive states where people felt very, very focused. And I'm just going to read you something that's I just lifted straight from Wikipedia's description of flow. This is the first paragraph of the article. In positive psychology, a flow state, also known colloquially as being in the zone, is the mental state in which a person performing an activity is fully immersed in a feeling of energized focus, full involvement, and enjoyment in the process of the activity. In essence, flow is characterized by the complete absorption in what one does. So if you're at all familiar with the jhana factors, which I'm going to talk about a lot today, then a lot of this language used in this article is going to resonate with you. So a person performing an activity, and the activity is going to be meditating, being aware of our own experience. A person performing an activity is fully immersed. So it's a state of absorption. In fact, that's in the last sentence. Flow is characterized by the complete absorption in what one does. It's complete absorption. Our entire being is present. We're fully present with our experience. And it's characterized by a feeling of energized focus. So there's not just focus and attentiveness, but it's energized. It's an awake, alert state. And I would add that there's a physical component to that as well, because what is our activity? Our activity is being aware of our experience. Our experience is largely of the body. And so we're experiencing the body in a very energized, very full kind of a way. And there's enjoyment. There's full involvement and enjoyment in the process of the activity. So it's a joyful state. Flow is a joyful state. And it's a state in which we're fully involved. And that is really a description of jhana as well. In dhyana, we are fully involved. We are immersed in our experience. It's often called a state of absorption. It's a joyful state, it's an energized state, and it's a concentrated state as well. And I just want to perhaps adjust our, well, I want to define what I mean by concentrated. People often talk about one-pointedness in terms of the jhanas, and I'm going to address that later because it's a misconception. But jhana is a concentrated state, not in the sense that we're one-pointed, not in the sense that we're focusing very narrowly on one small part of our experience, but it's concentrated in the sense that there is an unbroken sequence of mindfulness, an unbroken sequence of moments of mindfulness. I'm sure some of you, possibly most, maybe all of you, have had experiences that you would describe as being very concentrated, where you were definitely not one-pointed. Perhaps you were sitting, perhaps you were doing just sitting, perhaps you were very, very aware and attentive of everything that was arising in your experience. Perhaps you were aware of the rain falling on the roof and the space round about you, and you were aware of your body, you were aware of the breathing within the body, you were aware of what you were feeling, you were aware of thoughts. Very much not a one-pointed state, very much not a state of focusing on one small part of your experience. But still, you experienced that as a concentrated state because you were fully present and you were continuously present. So when I talk about concentration, that's what I'm going to mean. I'm going to mean that state of being continually present with your experience, of experiencing an unbroken sequence of moments of mindfulness. Because this is more of a workshop style retreat, it may be that you don't experience jhana today. Maybe you will. It's quite likely that some of you will, but perhaps you won't, and that's actually less important because, as I said, what I want to do is to introduce you to some skills that are going to be useful in your meditation practice. And even if we were doing lots and lots of meditation today, lots of sitting, long periods of sitting, even if you had the skills that I'm going to be introducing to you today, it's quite possible you still might not quite get to jhana. There's all kinds of things that we bring with us. You know, we always arrive on the meditation cushion with a history, and that includes, well, things like maybe you didn't sleep well last night, or maybe you're very preoccupied with something. So it's not going to be so important whether you actually get to jhana. What I want you to leave with at the end of this session today is a sense that you've learned some useful skills, and I'm fairly sure that you'll experience some movement toward jhana. So I'm just going to say a few things about jhana in the context of the Buddhist tradition and the early Buddhist tradition. It gets more complicated when you look at the entirety of the Buddhist tradition, because there are some schools of Buddhism that don't focus on dhyana at all. You won't hear Zen practitioners talking about dhyana, for example. If you go into the insight meditation tradition, some of them will be positively disparaging about dhyana. But in the early Buddhist tradition, to the Buddha, jhana was apparently very important. In the Dhammapada, for example, it says there is no insight for one without jhana, and there's no jhana for one without insight. Insight and jhana were seen as being very, very important, closely related to each other. And in fact, jhana is how the Buddha got awakened. You're all familiar with the story of the Buddha. He had been practicing, well, before he was the Buddha, while he was still the Bodhisattva, the Bodhisatta. And he'd been practicing with his ascetic friends, his ascetic colleagues, and decided that asceticism was not going to work for him. It was not going to bring him the kind of spiritual awakening that he was looking for. And he wondered, how do I go forward from here? He'd learned various meditation practices in the past. He'd learned the formless spheres, which incidentally are not jhanas. They're never described, these 4 formless spheres, they're never described anywhere in the Buddhist tradition as being jhanas. The technical term for them is ayatanas. Ayatana is a word that means a sphere or a realm. So the formless spheres, formless realms. He practiced those with his 2 teachers, Alara Kalama and Uddaka Ramaputta. They hadn't brought him the kind of awakening that he'd looked for. He practiced asceticism. That hadn't brought him the kind of awakening that he'd looked for. And he just didn't know where to go. So he's just sitting there having regained some of his strength, having begun to eat again. And he remembers an episode from his childhood. And I'm going to read that passage to you. So the Buddha says, I recall once when my father, the Sakyan, was working, and I was sitting in the cool shade of a rose apple tree. Then, quite secluded from sensuality, secluded from unskillful mental qualities, I entered and remained in the first jhana with rapture and joy born from seclusion, accompanied by directed thought and evaluation. These are the traditional jhana factors. This is the crucial part. Could that be the path to awakening? He's thinking back on his childhood experience of an effortless, joyful absorption. And he asks, could that be the path to awakening? Then, following on from that memory, came the realization that is the path to awakening. So isn't that a strong statement? That is the path to awakening. He had a very, very clear intuition that jhana was how he was going to get awakened. And I'll talk more toward the end of the workshop about the relationship between dhyana and insight. And it's not necessarily, I think, what you think it is. So it's seen traditionally, certainly in terms of the early Buddhist texts, jhana is seen as crucial. It's vital. You can't gain insight without it. It is the path to awakening. But how do we get there? That's the thing. Later, as I mentioned, there's different attitudes to dhyana. In the early Buddhist texts, people are getting into dhyana left, right, and center. Householders are getting into dhyana. Monks and nuns are getting into dhyana. Lots of people are getting into dhyanas. By the time you get to Buddhipaksa, who I think was in the 5th century in Sri Lanka, he was an Indian monk, scholar monk who wrote compendious texts on meditation and huge commentaries on the suttas. By the time you get to Buddhipaksa, he believes that only one person in a million can get to first jhana, which isn't very many people. I mean, there's only a little over 300 million people in the United States, for example. So you could pretty much assume that if only one person in a million could get into first jhana, you'd probably never have met anyone who'd ever got into first jhana. And yet a lot of you will have got into first jhana. So jhana starts, in the later tradition, starts to become something that is much more unattainable. It's something quite rarefied. Buddhipaksa also changes the dhyana factors, by the way. You quite possibly have been taught that there are 5 dhyana factors, including one-pointedness. That's very traditional to teach that way. But if we go back to that early description by the Buddha, you'll find that in the suttas, in the actual discourses of the Buddha, there are only 4 jhana factors, arguably only 3 jhana factors. There's rapture, which I would describe as pleasure. There's joy. And there's 2 kinds of thinking, directed thought and evaluation, sustained thought. And you can only have one kind of thought going at any one time. So we'll just lump that together as thinking. So there's a certain degree of kind of thinking going on. I'll clarify what kind of thinking is going on later. There's an embodied sense of pleasure and energy, which I'm going to simplify down to aliveness. And there's joy. So there's really just 3, maybe 4 jhana factors present. So it starts to become, but later in Buddhist tradition, dhyana starts to become quite rarefied. Buddhaghosa probably never meditated in his life. He wrote this huge treatise on meditation called the Visuddhimagga, the Path of Purification. And I think everyone assumes that because he wrote that text, that he was writing it from the basis of experience. But he was a scholar. What he was doing, he was drawing upon other meditation manuals that had been written by earlier scholar monks, sometimes by meditators. We know from historical records that the monastery in which Buddhaghosa practiced had given up the practice of meditation centuries before he arrived there from India. They had very good reasons for doing that, because Sri Lanka was historically very turbulent at that time. There were famines, there were wars, there were civil wars. At one point, all of the monks in Sri Lanka had to evacuate the country and go to India to shelter. So a very, very turbulent time. And they reckoned that the best that they could do, the most important thing for them to do was to preserve the scriptures and preserve the contents of the scriptures. So their emphasis was not on practicing the contents of the scriptures. So you've had a lot of people in history, like Buddhaghosa, writing about meditation, writing about jhana, without ever having practiced meditation. And it sounds, to them, they're reading these texts, and it sounds to them like it's something quite otherworldly. And they imagine it's quite unattainable. But looking back, again, I always like to go back to the early Buddhist scriptures. Going back, it wasn't unattainable. It was quite attainable. But how do we attain it? Coming back to that question. And what have we been taught? We've been taught how to cultivate mindfulness. We've been taught, you've got all kinds of practices for cultivating mindfulness. We've been taught various ways of cultivating loving kindness, of cultivating compassion. But we've very rarely been taught anything about specifically how, step by step, you can encourage jhana to arise. So I started becoming very interested in this. I think it was a little over 20 years ago. Manidha gave you a little kind of potted history of my course through Triratna, and she mentioned that I'd been at Dhyana for, I think it was about 3.5 years. And then she mentioned that I came over to the US to do a master's degree. But before that, there was a period of time, it was about 15 months, when I lived in Edinburgh, where I was waiting to find out whether my application to the master's program had been accepted. And I remember then becoming quite interested, very interested actually, in how we could perhaps put together a step-by-step path to get into jhana. And for me, the turnaround was realizing that it was possible to take the dhyana factors, not just as kind of markers that you'd arrived, because we've got these let's say 4 jhana factors, 3 jhana factors that are outlined. And I think often the way we relate to them is, well, that's how you know you've got to first jhana. That's how you know you've shifted from first jhana to second jhana, because your experience corresponds to those factors. But I started thinking, well, what if you took those jhana factors as things to cultivate, rather than just markers that you've arrived? And so basically everything that I'm doing today arises from that. The one thing I think that really helped bring it all together was looking at the jhana factors that are to do with thinking. There's vitakka and vichara. And vitakka is usually translated in Triratna terms as initial thought, and vichara as sustained thought. So these are things that we're familiar with. Vitakka, an initial thought, is just a thought that comes up in the mind and it doesn't lead anywhere. It arises, it passes away. So you experience that, for example, when you're practicing metta bhavana. You say to yourself, may I be well, or may all beings be well. The thought just arises, it passes away. It doesn't turn into a story in that kind of monkey mind kind of a way. It's there, and then it's not there. Vichara is usually translated as sustained thought. So it's more like, well, sometimes it's thought of as reflection, but it's not necessarily reflection. For example, in mindfulness of breathing, when you're counting your breaths, those numbers are sustained thought. It's a number 1 comes into your mind. But then it's followed by the number 2, and the number 1 and number 2 are connected to each other. 3, 4, you're sustaining a series of thoughts over a period of time. So what we're doing in mindfulness of breathing is we're cultivating sustained thought. And the counting allows you to see the degree to which you actually manage to cultivate sustained thought. You can have sustained thought of other kinds, for example. I mean, almost all the teaching probably that the Buddha gave us came from sustained thought that arose in the context of jhana. The Buddha was probably in first jhana all the time when he was teaching. And what occurred to me was that these two kinds of thinking are the kinds of thinking that we have when the mind is relatively calm. So when the mind is calm, you can have a thought that comes up and it just vanishes again. It passes away. And then there's a period of no thinking. Or you can have a thought that comes up, which is followed by another thought, but mindfully attended to. Again, this is not the kind of monkey mind thinking where something occurs to us and then the mind springs onto some other topic and then some other topic and then some other topic, and then you completely forget, where you are because you're totally absorbed in those thoughts. So now we have something practical that we can cultivate. If we want to move toward first jhana, there's now 3 things that we can focus on cultivating. We can focus on cultivating the mind. We can work on calming the mind. We can work on calming the mind. That's the first thing. Developing the kind of mind where it's not so calm in first jhana that there's no thinking whatsoever. That happens in second jhana. But in first jhana, there is some thinking going on, but it's the kind of thinking that takes place within calmness. It's not out of control. It's not all over the place. It's not the kind of thinking that we get completely absorbed in. It's thought that arises in the context of mindful attention, and it doesn't disrupt our mindful attention. So this becomes practically, it's the first practical dhyana factor, is calming the mind. When we've managed to bring about more calmness in the mind, and that calmness is also, I guess, it's a kind of concentration, isn't it? Because I'm talking about the kind of mind in which there is sustained attention, a sustained mindfulness over time. So once you have that calmness and sustained mindfulness over time, you can begin to really appreciate the body. You can start to really notice the body. So rather than just like, I'm paying attention to my breathing, and then my mind is off thinking about what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, and then I'm paying attention to my breathing, and then I'm thinking about this argument that I had with somebody. Instead of that, you're just paying attention to the body, and you're paying attention to the body, and you're getting deeper and deeper into an awareness of the body. You're allowing tensions to fade away. You no longer have the kind of thinking going on that is causing tension in the body. So the body's starting to relax. The body starts to be experienced as more pleasurable. It starts to be experienced as more full of energy. So this is our second jhana factor. This is sometimes translated as rapture. It's piti, is the traditional Pali term. It's priti, if you prefer Sanskrit. And I call it aliveness. I've been groping for many, many years to find a good word to encapsulate what piti is. And often I would talk about it in terms of embodied energy and relaxation, but that seems quite kind of clumsy. I think it's aliveness. We experience a sense of the body as aliveness. And then we're enjoying all of that. It's nice to have, it's great to have a calm mind, without the hindrances there, without doubt, without anxiety, without craving, without ill will, without that kind of avoidant reluctance of sloth and torpor. Instead, there's a sense of clarity, there's a sense of calm, there's a sense of ease. And we enjoy that. We recognize it as a good thing. We recognize that being in touch with our bodies is delightful. Noticing interesting sensations, interesting currents of energy within the body, noticing the body relaxing. It's lovely to notice that. So now we've got our third jhana factor. So we've got calmness, we've got aliveness, and we've got joy. And eventually they all flow into and support each other. So for example, piti supports calmness. When the body is sensed, when it's experienced as full of aliveness, then we're less inclined, the mind is less inclined to go off and find something else, because what is arising right here, right now, is very pleasurable. So aliveness helps us to stay calm. Joy, likewise. When we're in a state of joy, the mind is no longer scrabbling around looking for things to entertain itself, because what's arising right now is, well, I was going to say entertaining enough, but it's satisfying, it's fulfilling. And so we get to this kind of feedback loop where calmness, aliveness, joy are sustaining each other, feeding each other, stabilizing each other. And that's when first jhana has arisen. And I just want to flag up that if you look at these three jhana factors, one of them, calmness, is mental. That's what's going on in the mind. One of them, piti, or aliveness, is what's going on in the body. And the third, joy, is what's going on emotionally. So not only is this a self-sustaining state in which these three factors are supporting each other, but these three factors encompass our entire being. Our entire being, the wholeness of ourselves, is, well, it's a self-sustaining experience. Sorry, I got kind of a little lost with what I was saying there. But essentially, we're attending to the wholeness of our experience, and the wholeness of our experience is caught up. All the different parts of our experience are related, sustaining every other part of our experience. Calmness, the mind, the body, our emotions. We're all fully there. We're fully there. It's a state of integration, as you would say. It's an integrated state. There's perhaps one more thing that we might need. I've said that there's this path. We develop calmness, and we're going to work at developing these jhana factors in that order. We're going to develop calmness. We're going to get in touch more with our bodies and sense the aliveness in our bodies. And we're going to cultivate joy just by appreciating the positive things that are happening in our experience. So there's those three factors. And there's perhaps just one other thing that we might need. And that is a lightly held, vivid focal point. It's I think, it's very often useful, very often essential for us to have a kind of a lightly held focal point that keeps everything together. And that often is the sensations at the rims of the nostrils. It's not, again, an attempt at one-pointed concentration. This is more, as I said, a lightly held focal point. It's something that we're allowing our attention to rest on while being aware of the rest of our being. I also just want to flag up that it's possible to experience first jhana or something like first jhana almost momentarily, sometimes maybe just for a few breaths. Sometimes these three factors seem to coalesce around each other, and it seems quite stable for a little while, but there's maybe some kind of underlying emotional thing going on that disturbs it, and then it falls to pieces again. But it's quite possible to experience first jhana just for a few breaths. Technically, that's what we would call access concentration. Access concentration is not a term that's found in the early Buddhist scriptures. It was developed by later meditators, but it describes the territory where some of the jhana factors are coming together, or they're all present, but they're not fully developed. They haven't quite got to this stage of being a kind of self-sustaining experience. So that's what we're going to be working on today. We'll work systematically on some techniques to calm the mind. You may be thinking, oh yeah, calm the mind. Yeah, it's easy to say. But actually there are some, I have stumbled across methods in my practice that I think you'll find useful in bringing about a more stable sense of calmness. So I'll be introducing those to you. Okay, we're going to do some practice soon, but I wondered if there were any questions before we got started. You can post questions on chat, or you can raise your hand, I think on chat, and then Manidha will give you the floor.
Okay, so Viryasati, okay, first Penny, fourth factor said again.
Say the fourth factor again?
Yeah, she's wanting to know what the fourth factor was again.
A lightly held focal point. Usually the rims of the nostrils. It's a lightly held focal point that is vivid. there can be a tendency for the other jhana factors to be there, to be present. We're calm, we're aware of the energy in the body, the aliveness of the body, we're joyful. But it can be a little formless, a little floppy, and it needs something to bring it together.
And then Virasati has a question. Let me find you, Virasati.
It was the same question as Penny's.
Okay, I've unmuted you. Go ahead, Virasati.
Oh, hi, everyone. It was exactly the same question as Penny. I just wanted to hear a bit more about that fourth factor. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk about this. Well, we'll not just talk about it, we'll be doing it.
Great, thanks.
David Moore, I love your cosmic background. Lovely.
Thank you.
Okay. By the way, I didn't say where I am. I'd like to thank Aryaloka for allowing me to use the retreat center today to do this. I couldn't do it from home because my partner and dog are there all day, and it would be a little much to expect them to let me have the living room non-stop all day. So thank you to Aryaloka for having me here. Unfortunately, the heating's not on because the retreat center's closed just now. So if I get up to wrap myself in blankets, you'll know why. Okay, we're going to do 2 short sits, and at the end of those we'll take a bio break. Nice term I picked up from the New York Insight Meditation Center, where I was teaching the same workshop a few weeks ago. So in this sit, what I'd like you to do is mindfulness of breathing. I'd like you to pay attention to your breathing, and I'd like you just to do it the way you normally do it. You might want to keep your screen on because there's going to be some visual aids from you. It doesn't matter if you have to turn your screen off for some reason. Your camera's not working, that's okay. There's going to be some audience participation in this meditation. So let's just settle down. Just do what you normally do in the mindfulness of breathing. And I'll let you do that for 5 minutes or so, and then I'm going to ask you to do something else. Something in addition. So as you're continuing to pay attention to the breathing in the way you normally do, I just invite you to free up your dominant hand so that you can move it. And using that hand, I'd like you to draw just above the surface of the body what it is that you're paying attention to. What's the scope of your attention? And you might just want to just keep doing that as we open our eyes, just so that everyone can see what everyone else is doing. So you're getting a kind of an X-ray of other people's meditation practice. You've always wondered what they were doing. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, you can just let your hand come back to rest now. So one thing I've noticed is that you don't get a lot of movement. With most people, you don't get a lot of movement. People are observing very different things. Some people are paying attention just to the nostrils. Some people are paying attention to an area of the breathing around here. Some people are, there's a somewhat more expansive movement, so they're paying attention to more sensations. If I was trying to do that, I'll use both hands. If I was trying to do that same exercise, it would be this. My arms aren't quite long enough, really, because it's raining today. I'm sitting inside a dome, and it's raining, and some of my attention, while I was doing the mindfulness of breathing, is out on the edges of the dome, where the rain is pattering against it. But I'm being aware of the breathing throughout the whole body, being aware of the breathing as a whole body experience. I'm going to say more in a little while about how we can do that. But first of all, I want to say something about why it's often not very effective for us just to pay attention to a small part of our breathing. And first of all, it's the breathing. It's mindfulness of breathing. It's not mindfulness of the breath. And yet often when we hear teaching about mindfulness of breathing, the teacher will talk about the breath, paying attention to the breath. Or sometimes when we're talking about our own practice, we talk about paying attention to the breath. But it's not mindfulness of the breath, it's mindfulness of the breathing. Breath is the sensation air makes. It's a sensation. It's the sensation air makes as it's flowing through the passageways in the body. The breathing is any and all sensation, wherever it arises, that's connected with that process of air flowing in and out of the body. So there can be sensations all over the place. The breathing takes place on the skin. The breathing takes place in the spine. The breathing takes place down in our pelvic area, in the hips. It takes place in the arms. It takes place in the hands. It takes place in the legs and the feet. But what we often do is we focus on the breathing and the breath, rather, and even if it's not the breath, even if it's some other sensation that we're paying attention to, often it's quite small, it's quite constrained. And it's as if we have a flashlight, as if our attention is, imagine this is a flashlight. It's as if our attention is like a kind of a flashlight. It's got a narrow beam of attention focused on some part of the body. And the problem with that is that, I mentioned at the beginning that we always bring things to our practice. We sit on the cushion. The rest of our life does not go away. We always have some kind of emotional preoccupation going on. So those emotional preoccupations create thoughts. If we're only paying attention to a small range of sensations, then we're not really giving the mind a lot to do. There's not really that much, unless we've really honed the skill of being able to sense a small part of our being in great detail. Unless we've developed that skill, we're not giving the mind a lot to pay attention to. And so perhaps the mind is just a little hungry. It needs a bit of stimulation. And well, here I have an emotional preoccupation. That emotional preoccupation is giving rise to thoughts. Those thoughts are juicy. They're emotionally loaded. Very often our mind is going around, it's looking for things that are wrong in our lives, things that maybe are threats to us, maybe that argument that we had with our spouse this morning, or maybe, the situation with coronavirus, or many, many other things. Maybe I'm not good enough. There's all of these preoccupations that we've got. And if the mind doesn't have enough to keep it anchored in the body, if it's not fed, it's going to find stimulation for itself. It's going to go seeking stimulation. So one of these thoughts drifts up, it bubbles up. We intuit that it's loaded with emotional resonance. And we plunge into the thought. We plunge into the world of the thought. It's as if these thoughts are kind of hypnotic bubbles. They're bubbles that drift up. And all we can see at first is the outside. And maybe it's, I wonder when things are going to go back to normal. And the thought is drifting up. And if we were mindful, we could just let that thought drift away and it would just dissipate. But instead, what happens is we stick our attention inside the thought. And we discover that inside this hypnotic bubble, there's a full-fledged, three-dimensional, wraparound, surround sound reality. And we get completely lost in that. So again, if this was our flashlight is now, the end of our flashlight is stuck inside, the flashlight of our attention is stuck inside this hypnotic bubble. And that's all we notice for a period of time. Until some other emotional preoccupation, jogs the hand that's holding the flashlight. And we realize, oh, I'm sitting in a meditation posture, there's a workshop going on. And we take the flashlight and we shine it back on that small part of our being again, that small part of our physical experience. And this tends to happen over and over again. We focus the flashlight on some small part of our experience, flashlight of our attention. We focus our attention on some small part of our experience. Our attention then gets completely caught up in a distraction. And then we come back to our experience and we go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Well, what would it be like if our attention was not like a flashlight? Because there are other forms of lighting. There are lamps, for example. There are candles. They're not directional. A candle, an old-fashioned oil lamp, sheds light in all directions at the same time. So what if we were aware of many different parts of our experience at the same time? What if we were aware of the breathing as a whole body experience? What if we were aware of this, of the diaphragm pushing down and the belly moving out and the muscles on the back moving and the skin covering the belly moving and not just the belly, the sides and the back all moving against our clothing? What if we're doing the same thing on the chest? And we're experiencing the breathing flowing in and out, and we're experiencing the shoulders rising and falling, and we're experiencing the effect that has on our arms and our hands, and we're experiencing the pressure again of the diaphragm pushing down, moving down into the pelvis, into the hips, creating changes even in the legs. What if we're sensitive to the hands and feet, and we're picking up that there are changes in our blood pressure, causing just a slight change, a kind of an ebb and flow of experience all over the body? Well, now we've got lots to pay attention to. There's lots to feed the mind. And it can be very interesting because we can see how all of these different sensations are related to each other. So if our attention was more like a lamp, our experience might be quite different. And then what happens when one of these hypnotic bubbles arises? Well, here I am, here you are, sitting. Your attention is spacious, open. You're grounded in your experience. And this bubble of thought comes up. Oh, when's this coronavirus thing going to end? And it's just one small part of your experience. And it just drifts through. It's, I guess, an initial thought. It just arises and it doesn't go anywhere. So how do we do that? How do we bring about this shift? I'm going to do a short sit with you, first of all, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back. The shift in attention is all to do with the eyes. Something I stumbled across years and years ago, and I've been exploring it ever since. Some of you who've meditated with me will be familiar with this exercise we're about to do. I call it the IMAX experience. And what I invite you to do is to turn yourself away from the computer screen. So you're not looking at the computer screen. I'm going to do the same thing. Okay. And I talked about lightly held focal points. So let's start off just allowing your gaze to rest somewhere. Just wherever your gaze tends to naturally fall. So let's try letting our visual attention be like a flashlight, first of all. Start really concentrating your attention on that spot in front of you. Really try hard not to let your attention wander. Don't let your eyes move. Really putting all of your attention onto that spot. And just notice, what's your breathing doing right now? Are you breathing more into the chest or the belly, or are both fully involved? How does it feel in the body? Does it feel pleasant or unpleasant? I'm not going to make you do that for very long. What I suggest you do now is return to that lightly held focal point. So your eyes are now resting. Relax the muscles around the eyes, just letting them be soft. Become aware of everything in your visual field. So yes, your gaze is still resting on that spot in front of you. Just starting to become aware of everything that you're seeing. Again, not by moving your gaze around, just by opening up to what's there already. Let the focus in your eyes be soft. You know what your eyes do when you're staring into space? Maybe a little dreamy, a little distracted. About halfway toward that. The gaze soft, focus soft, mindfully attending to your whole visual field. And beginning to notice where you're breathing now. Is it mostly the chest? Mostly the belly? Are both involved? Is your breathing deeper or shallower than it was before? Is it more rapid or is it slower? How do you feel? What's the mind doing? Is the mind active or quiet? You may well find that you naturally started to become aware of the breathing with the eyes in this more relaxed state. If that didn't happen, then just becoming aware of the breathing with an inner field of attention that is expansive, relaxed. Just allowing the eyes to close as you continue to observe the breathing. Continuing to let the eyes be soft. And just noticing how it's much easier now to be aware of the breathing in a very open, receptive way. Aware of many sensations. And you don't have to be bothered about thoughts arising. Let them come. Let them go. If your field of attention is expansive, then it's big enough for you to have a thought pass through while you're still absorbed in experiencing other aspects of your experience. Maybe your field of attention is open and receptive enough that you can be aware of the breathing in the whole body. or at least be aware of the whole body as you're breathing. Perhaps your field of attention is broader, more open than just the body. Maybe you're aware of the light and the space and the sounds around you. And just as when we're sitting with the eyes open, there was a lightly held focal point where your gaze was resting, and yet you were aware of everything that was arising in your field of vision. Maybe right now you can have a lightly held focal point. Perhaps something vivid like the rims of the nostrils, or some place where cold is particularly prominent. And yet also be aware of all the other sensations of the breathing round about that. Just checking in to make sure that the eyes are still soft. The muscles around the eyes relaxed. The eyes themselves slightly defocused. So that you can maintain this receptive, effortless field of attention. So in a minute, we're going to ring the bell. You might want to just take your time and have the attitude that we're not ending the meditation practice. We're just bringing it more fully into the world as we allow the eyes to open. Good. Well, let's take a bio break for 10 minutes. So it's 10:26 where you are, 10:25, 10:25. So let's be back here at 10:35, assuming you're on West Coast time. And then we'll talk about that a little bit. Fully refreshed. So it would have been ideal maybe to just deal with any questions or comments immediately after we'd done that exercise / meditation. But I promised you bio breaks every 80 minutes or so, and I feel duty bound to honor that. So I'm interested to hear how that went, particularly in terms of how that affected the development of calmness in your experience, and if anyone had any difficulties. So I don't know what the best way to do it.
We have a couple comments from folks.
Okay.
Or a question, Lou, she said she's always meditated with her eyes closed, approximately 8 years. And do you consider this to be a hindrance, as the lead meditation was with the eyes slightly open? And can you, oh, okay, that's it.
Okay, so that was what we did there. We started with the eyes open, and I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, but I did ask you to close the eyes as you turned your attention to the breathing, or did I forget to say that? No, I'm pretty sure I said that. I did, yeah. So what I was doing was presenting you with a kind of, well, not just an analogy, but the way we relate to our eyes affects the way we relate to the rest of our experience. We tend to go around focusing quite narrowly. That's our default way of interacting with the world. So right now, you're probably focusing on most of my face. You know, I'm talking, or maybe something else. We spend a lot of time reading. We spend a lot of time looking at small screens. And this narrow gaze, the flashlight kind of attention, is related to the sympathetic nervous system, the part of our autonomic nervous system that's connected with our survival. It's the fight or flight reflex, which doesn't mean that we're in a state of panic all the time, but it means we're watching out for, you know, what do I need to attend to right now? There's a little bit of an edge to it. So this narrow gaze is a sympathetic nervous system kind of attention. And what we tend to do is to bring that into our meditation practice. Now, meditation practice is much more about rest and relaxation and just being, which is a parasympathetic nervous system function. The parasympathetic nervous system is the part of your autonomic nervous system that brings you back to rest and balance and calmness. But we try to bring in to this realm of the parasympathetic nervous system, this sympathetic nervous system way of paying attention. And it doesn't work particularly well. I mean, it's not that it can't work, but as I mentioned, there tends to be this phenomenon where we're narrowly focused on a small part of our breathing. We're completely lost in thought. We come back again, we get distracted again, we come back again, we get distracted again. Relaxing the eyes is much more of a parasympathetic nervous system kind of thing to do. I mentioned that it's something that happens spontaneously when we're relaxed. Often when we're relaxed, we stare into space. We're turning things over. We're sometimes being creative. So what I was introducing you to was not just an analogy, but it's actually a mechanism. It's a way that we can switch the mind's functioning from this narrow sympathetic gaze, whether that's a gaze with the eyes or with our inner field of attention, to a much more open, receptive, relaxed way of experiencing ourselves. Again, whether that's with the eyes or whether it's internal. So I was really introducing you to an exercise which shows you how that comes about. But yeah, you can do this with your eyes closed. I was encouraging you to do it with your eyes closed, even if that may have got lost.
Bodhipaksa, Paul has a comment.
Yeah. Hello, Paul. I believe
Good morning,
you're
everyone. I was just actually experiencing that. That was the first time in my life that I was really able to, make that connection experientially, where I was able to take that focus on a point in the wall in my living area, and then just expand it comfortably. But what happened for me, my experience was that I was able to see more.
Yeah.
It was fascinating. I was able to take in so much more, and the colors became more vivid.
Yeah.
I was able to experience, wow, it was really, so that really did, I felt it really, my breathing went way down, went down, it was very calm in my belly. It was very, extremely slow and extremely light. So it was a very powerful experience. Thank you for that insight.
Yeah, I wonder how many people, when we were doing that narrow gaze, the literal gaze, when I was asking you to really concentrate, I wonder how many people, and you could just, wave or something just to let us know, to let me know. How many people experienced that their breathing was kind of a bit tight, shallow? Yeah, okay. And then the opposite happened when you relax the eyes. And it happens automatically. And I wonder how many people noticed, even before I'd mentioned the breathing, after we relaxed the eyes, I took a while to mention the breathing, how many people had spontaneously started to notice the breathing? Yeah, quite a few people had, yeah. So it can happen quite spontaneously. And one of the things I want to emphasize is that when you're sitting with your eyes soft and just aware of everything that's round about you, it's coming to you. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything to see your entire visual field, because it's already there. All you have to do is to stop focusing narrowly. What we normally do is we have this narrow gaze and we're almost excluding, we're not paying attention to things that are outside that. And similarly, when we're evoking this open, expansive field of attention within ourselves just by relaxing the eyes, it can be quite effortless. it is essentially quite effortless. All of the sensations in your body are there all the time. I think because we're often in this sympathetic nervous system mode where it's like we're doing things and we've got to do this, I've got to get things all lined up, got to fix things. I think because of that, we sometimes think that if we're going to be aware of our body, we've got to take this flashlight beam and we've got to move it, all over the place to try and build up a picture of what's there. Almost as if we're trying to create the experiences. But the experiences are there all the time. There's never any moment where your left big toe isn't sending sensory signals up to your brain. There's no moment in which the feeling of the skin on your back moving against your clothing as you're breathing in and out isn't being registered by the brain. It's all there all the time. But we exclude it. I mean, for very good reasons. We've got things to do. You can't be, driving down the road and aware of every sensation in your body at the same time. Your driving would not be very safe. So we need, as a practical matter, of course, to be able to exclude from awareness things that are not relevant. But what's relevant when we're developing mindfulness? Well, everything's relevant. It's all relevant. But we have this habit of excluding. So all we're doing is letting go of our tendency to narrowly focus. And we start finding it's all there and it's rich. There's this incredible richness of sensation there all the time. You don't need to make it happen. You don't need to do anything to make it appear, because it's already there. And it can be, well, it is essentially effortless, that we just rest in this awareness, this wide open awareness. And what can tend to happen, again, we do get distracted, but we notice that then the eyes have become tight again. So when we become distracted, that's a signal for us to relax the eyes and come back again to this natural, slightly defocused, open, receptive state.
Bodhipaksa, we've got a few questions, and so I'm going to start with Reg. So he asks, is it useful to move back and forth between the flashlight perspective and the lantern perspective, depending on what's happening and what's needed?
Yeah, in life, we need to do that. But we spend way too much time in flashlight mode and not enough time in lamp mode. And this is something that you can do in your daily life, just moving around the house, walking from the living room to the kitchen or walking to the bathroom or something. Just be aware of your entire visual field. Let your eyes be soft. Walking down the street, let your eyes be soft. Just be attentive to everything that's arising in your visual field. And your mind will be much, much calmer. You'll be much more mindful. You'll be happier.
Okay, another question from Paramita. My gaze got clouded. So she was wondering what was that about?
The gaze got clouded. Well, I don't know. Sorry. Maybe your eyes a little bit or something. I really don't know.
Paramita, do you want to unmute and just talk more about what?
Say more.
I was hoping not to say more. Well, this happens, I think, because my body initially is always stressed. I can really feel my heart beating.
Yeah.
I've got quite a bit of noise outside my window because of traffic. I don't know if that's what it is, but I notice, I think it's part of the trauma experience of being disassociated a little bit. I get dissociated. Yeah, I think that's what that's about. So I wasn't sure if that thing worked for me. The sympathetic and the parasympathetic switching back and forth.
Yeah.
I felt I was already quite concentrated. I didn't need to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually frightened me more. I don't know if that's what it is. Who knows? You can hear how loud it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in New York City out here, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I just want to say that at the time that I started exploring this way of meditating and just being completely open and attentive to what was going on around about me, I was living right in the centre of Glasgow, which is the largest city in Scotland. And I was living in an apartment right in the city centre on a busy shopping street. I think most people who walk down that street don't realise that there are apartments there upstairs from, you know, the bars and the restaurants and the clubs. So whenever I meditated, there was a lot of noise round about. And I got more into this way of sitting where my gaze was open, relaxed. My eyes were shut, but I was still aware of the space around about me. And all these sounds were just arising and passing away. And they didn't disturb me anymore. They were just part of my experience. They weren't things that were taking me away from meditation. They were the contents of my meditation. So, you know, you may find this helpful. I'm pretty sure if you keep exploring it, you might find it helpful. Although if you have, you know, a traumatic history, all of what we're doing might present some challenges to you because, well, the body can be a scary place, for example, because it's where, you know, feelings happen. So, you know, and I'm not an expert on working with trauma or working with something, not teaching meditation to people who have a history of trauma, but perhaps you know yourself, you know, what is helpful for you and when it's good for you to withdraw and not to follow, you know, what I'm suggesting. So I would say maybe, you know, give it a go and just use your own sense of, you know, what's good for you, what's right for you.
Okay, thank you, Paramita. Ben has a question. Ben, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you were living on Sauchiehall Street in Glasgow, but that's not my question.
It was Sauchiehall Street, actually, yes.
Likewise.
329.
1978.
Before that, 435. Well, you know, no, I wasn't in Glasgow at that time.
Okay. My question is, this time, I have a tendency on occasion, somewhat of a tendency, when I get really relaxed in that kind of meditation, I'm using the term relax for that, I fall asleep.
Yeah. Well, there's these three jhana factors. There's the calmness, and that does, you know, that can, excuse me, that can lead to us falling asleep. There's the other two jhana factors, which are much more dynamic, that sense of aliveness in the body and joy. They're very active qualities. So calmness is not enough. We don't, well, we may have a stable experience of calmness, or we may not because we fall asleep. But if we're going to, in the long term, have a stable experience of mindfulness, then there needs to be, you know, engagement. There needs to be aliveness. There needs to be alertness there.
And I do experience that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Martha had a question. Is it helpful to do a body scan before sitting?
Yeah, sure. Any mindful activity before sitting is going to be helpful. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to begin, we're going to do another sit. And we're going to continue exploring having soft eyes, except we're not going to start with our eyes open. If you find it helpful to begin with your eyes open, and sometimes I do, then you can start that way. But if you want, you can just allow the eyes to close. And behind your closed eyelids, just have a sense of the muscles around the eyes being relaxed. And have a sense of the focus in your eyes being soft. As soon as we allow the eyes to be soft, our inner attention becomes softer, more open, more receptive. Perhaps you're already more aware of the body in an expansive way, aware of the breathing in a more expansive way. Just appreciating the restfulness of being this way. And I'm going to suggest that we be aware of the breathing in a particular way. I'm going to suggest 3 different sensations or sets of sensations. And we'll introduce those one at a time. And in essence, we could pick any 3 sensations, but I'm going to pick 3 that are quite widely separated in space and include different kinds of sensations. So the first sensation I'm going to suggest that you become aware of is the build and release of pressure in the abdomen. As your diaphragm is pushing down on the in-breath, relaxing on the out-breath. So your eyes can still be soft. You might be aware of much more than just this build and release of pressure. But it's the lightly held focal point of this open, receptive field of attention. As you're continuing to observe the lightly held focal point, this build and release of pressure, I suggest that you also be aware of breath flowing in and out of the nostrils. So the eyes soft, you can be aware of both at the same time. Pressure building, cool air flowing in. Pressure releasing, warm air flowing out. And notice how these two sets of sensations are like dance partners. Moving in a graceful, coordinated way. Maybe there's even a sense of them moving apart, coming back together again. As the upper body rises on the in-breath, settles back down again on the out-breath. So very different kinds of sensation. One's down low, the other's up high. One of them maybe more comforting, soothing. The other's more stimulating. One is quite substantial. The other's more delicate. And you can appreciate all of those differences. And then the third sensation that I suggest you attend to, that you include along with these other two, is the movement in the upper back. It takes place with the breathing. So the rib cage is spreading on the in-breath, settling back down on the out-breath. The skin covering that area is moving against your clothing. The upper back moves upward as you're breathing in. Settles back down again on the out breath. Just make sure that the eyes are still soft. This is not a flashlight running around trying to connect up three different parts of the body. This is a triangle of sensations moving within a soft, receptive, open field of attention. So there's a third partner in the dance. Three sets of sensations moving in perfect coordination. And perhaps there's also a feeling of enjoyment, of aesthetic appreciation. Perhaps you can enjoy the dance. Perhaps you can smile as you observe these three dancers. Your breathing dancing. perhaps it's no longer 3 sets of sensations, but your attention is on this constantly moving, dancing triangle. So just continue to observe this dance, to enjoy this dance for the next couple of minutes until I ring the bell. And during this last minute, just perhaps noticing what, if anything, the mind is doing in terms of thought. So it's just a way of attending to the breathing that you can continue to play around with. If you want to, if you need to calm your mind, with a little practice, you can just drop straight into it. So you just soften the eyes And you don't have to go through this, you know, noticing one sensation, then a couple of minutes later noticing the next. You can just find this familiar triangle and just allow yourself to be absorbed in that. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. I'm interested, again, just to hear a few comments of how that went, especially in terms of whether that was effective for you in calming the mind, and not necessarily stopping the thought altogether, but in helping you to create more of a sense of stability, more continuity of awareness, so that thoughts can just arise and pass away. So I'm interested in hearing about that. I'm interested in hearing if anyone had any difficulties with that as well.
Okay, Reg, go ahead. Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Really, really effective. That is basically the third stage of the mindfulness of breathing, isn't it? That's the way that I practice that third stage of the mindfulness of breathing is exactly like that. Thinking about the breath as an embodied thing, and specifically those locations. So curious about that.
Interesting. It could be the third stage of the mindfulness of breathing, but the third stage of the mindfulness of breathing can also include an awareness of the whole body. So it doesn't have to be just those three sensations. And in fact, I'll be leading a version of our traditional Triratna 4-stage mindfulness of breathing later on. And I'll be encouraging you to pay attention to the whole body. That exercise I find is very effective in terms of calming the mind. But if you want to develop more of a sense of the aliveness of the body, it's good to just let your awareness permeate the entire body, because we were still in that exercise excluding some things from awareness.
So a couple comments. Dave said it was really helpful. He loved the image of the dance partners and the triangles.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
I like to bring a sense of aesthetic appreciation, because we're starting to get into pleasure and joy there. I mean, those things might have spontaneously started arising for you, but sometimes we need to remind ourselves, oh yeah, I can enjoy this. Sometimes we might need to smile just to remind ourselves that it's okay. It's okay to just be with this. It's okay to be light. It's okay to find enjoyment in this.
And Martha definitely helped, as I felt I was in a rhythm, a flow.
Yeah, good. Good. Good.
And then Vimalasara Analayo says the breathing in the third stage of the mindfulness of breathing, that the breathing needs to go into the foreground, and it's all about just experiencing the whole body.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll talk a little bit later about the tetrads of the Anapanasati sutta, and what we're doing. I discovered after I'd evolved to this way of meditating, I discovered it exactly mirrors what's described in the Anapanasati sutta. And
then Lisa, you had a question? You can unmute and ask Bodhipaksa.
Hi.
Hey, Lisa.
Thank you for that. I feel nervous all of a sudden now. I had never really experienced the diaphragm as like a rising channel, a rising and a lowering. Normally, I would kind of focus on an expanding and a contracting. So that really changed things for me, and I was able to connect deeper than before. So I just wanted to comment on that, and I really appreciate learning that. So thank you.
You're welcome. Did anyone have difficulty with this? Because, you know, we can have strong habits of the mind, our attention being like a flashlight. And sometimes people feel like they've got to move this flashlight around really fast. Or there can be other, you know, difficulties as well. Paramita was talking earlier about, you know, trauma, for example. And sometimes, you know, who knows what can be evoked.
Patty had a question.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch the name. Was it Hetty?
Patty Ricker. Patty.
Oh, Patty. Hello, Patty, wherever you are.
Wait, there we go. I really appreciated the threesome and it helped me stay focused, but I still find my mind wandering off.
Okay.
And then I'd come back and I'd wander and I'd come back. So I kind of feel like even though I had expanded and softened my eyes, I still fell back in my old pattern of thought, body, thought, body.
Okay.
So I suppose with experience and practice, I would get better. Do you agree, or what do you think?
Well, yeah, I would agree. It definitely comes with practice. Were the thoughts that you're having, did they tend to be fully immersive, that you were completely away from the meditation practice, or was there still some sense that you were there with the practice and you were thinking?
There might have been a little bit of practice.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was some thoughts, yeah.
Okay. Well, as I say, we're all bringing stuff with us. You know, the sum total of our lives arrives on the cushion, and then we're sitting with that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and right now, the world is freaking crazy, you know? There's a lot of scary stuff going on. And there's very, very good reasons for your mind to be going out and seeking things to pay attention to. I don't know what the nature of your distractions was, but for some of us, there's going to be distraction there.
Okay.
But if, you know, it gets easier with practice.
Okay, thanks.
And Paul had a comment that he was grateful to add the upper back to the dance.
Yeah. I like noticing bits of my experience in the breathing that maybe I haven't paid attention to before, that tended to be neglected.
Myra said it was nice to be reminded to broaden my focus because I found myself running around with the flashlight, something to continually remind myself of.
Yeah. Good. All right. Let's sit again, and we'll begin once more with soft eyes. I mean, you can let your eyes soften right now, even before you've let them close. It can be quite lovely. For me, this is, I just automatically start feeling happy as soon as I relax my eyes. There's just all these inner habits that are evoked just by softening the eyes. But eyes continuing to be soft behind closed eyelids. Just beginning to notice the breathing, or perhaps it's more that the breathing is beginning to fill your attention. And what I'm going to invite you to do is just to notice, what is the out-breathing? I've said that it's any and all sensation in the body connected with breath flowing out. With soft eyes, just seeing how much of this you can notice. What's the out breathing like? What takes place in the body as you're breathing out? Where are all the sensations of the out breathing? How many of them can you be aware of at one time? So I'll just draw your attention to the fact that when you breathe out, there are many parts of the body that are releasing. The diaphragm is releasing. The rib cage is releasing. And the rib cage is not just on the front of the body, but the sides, the back. Shoulders and arms and hands are releasing. The belly. The belly again. It's not just on the front of the body, but the sides, the lower back. The whole spine is releasing. Settling back down after stretching up on the in-breath. There's a release of pressure down in the pelvic cavity. Maybe you can feel that release on the muscles of the pelvic floor. Maybe you can feel a sense of release in the hips and the legs. maybe in the muscles supporting the neck. The breath, of course, is being released from the body, flying through the head and nostrils. There's a lot of downward movement as we breathe out. There's a lot of settling and sinking. And perhaps there's even something like a soft wave of relaxation that you can experience flowing through the entire body as you breathe out. I'm not imagining you to imagine or visualize a wave of relaxation. I'm suggesting that it's actually taking place in your direct experience of the body. As a wave of coordinated movements and releases take place. Muscles are softening. Blood pressure drops with every exhale. And that affects the quality of sensations in parts of the body like the arms, the hands, the legs, the feet. So perhaps you can be aware of the soft wave of letting go, settling, relaxing, sweeping through the entire body as you breathe out. If there's anything pleasurable in this experience, for example, a pleasurable sense of muscles letting go, then just letting that be part of the experience. Now I'd suggest that you be more attentive to what's taking place on the in-breathing. There's a lot of expansion. There's a lot of upward movement. Perhaps there's more of a sense of vividness, clarity. Including the vividness and clarity and sharpness of the in-breath. Maybe there's a sense of energy. Sense of energy being drawn into the body. Maybe a sense of mental alertness, mental clarity. And perhaps here again there's a kind of a soft wave. Perhaps coming from the bottom of the body. A sense of energy. Arising within the body as we breathe in. Filling the whole body with every in-breath. Filling the mind. And after the fullness of the next in-breath, sense that soft upward wave turning around and moving backward down through the body. And sweeping back upward again with the next in-breath. So there's a downward wave of sensation, of letting go, relaxation on the out-breath. Soft upward wave of energy and aliveness and alertness on the in-breath. And there's never any time when there's no sensation. Even though there's a pause, brief pause between breathing in and breathing out, there is a sense of fullness, readiness to let go. And even though there's a pause, perhaps a longer pause between the end of the out breath and the beginning of the next in breath, there's a sense of the body having settled down, there's still a fullness of sensation, a desire to begin the inhalation again. So seeing if you can have a continuous awareness of the breathing. A wave of the in-breathing, cresting, receding. The wave of the out-breathing, having let go, begins to build again. Just letting the breathing be relaxed. This is a soft wave in and out. If there's anything pleasurable in any of this, whether in the in-breathing or the out-breathing, just allowing that sense of pleasure to be part of the overall experience. Letting the pleasure be part of the soft flow, soft wave. Just continuing with this until you hear the bell. Again, the bell is not a signal to end the meditation, but simply to bring your attention gradually into the outside world in a fuller way. Sweet. So just a quick time check in case I've got my time zones, the time awareness scrambled. So Manidha, I think we have about 45 minutes until we're having lunch. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll just check in again for a few minutes, and then we'll spend maybe the last half hour before lunch sitting again with perhaps less guidance. So I'm interested to hear, how that went.
So Thomas had a question. I think it might have been before this sit though. So I don't know if you still want to ask your question, Thomas, or something from this sit.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Bodhipaksa.
Hey, Tommy.
It was more of a comment. I just noticed myself getting quite emotional from the depth of just relaxing and allowing myself to just be, just allow the breath to be. Because I think quite often I'm always trying to be something for people.
Right.
So it's just without just allowing myself to be. So I just noticed some tears coming down my face a little bit after that first sit.
That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just wanted to add one more comment. This last sit, I just noticed there's tension in my jaw and behind my eyeballs. It feels like there's a brick there from this always worrying what people think about me. And I think that brick is slowly dissolving.
Right, right. I'll be talking later on about dealing with uncomfortable feelings. But this gives me an opportunity to say that in my experience, jhana is not, escaping from your ordinary experience. You get there by going into your ordinary experience and including the difficult experiences and meeting those difficult experiences with acceptance and love. You're not trying to escape anything difficult. You're not trying to transcend it. You're not seeing uncomfortable feelings as the enemy or something to get rid of. There's something to be embraced. There's something to be loved. And when we do that, we find that we can have discomfort and also be happy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Metta had a question. Metta, are you there?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Manidha. I had a question about balance between the joy that can arise and the total opposite, which is the not even wanting to take an in-breath because of resting so deeply in the peace of the out-breath. So like when you were talking about a peaceful wave, I experienced that as a very unpeaceful wave. As I'm breathing in, I feel that extreme fierce joy of, a very, being very alive, like running down a snowy hill when you're, a young body and you're just ready to bite into life. And then breathing out, the joy goes away and it's very peaceful, but it's dead in a way. There's this feeling of death. So I'm just interested in bringing the balance between the two, kind of creating more of a link.
Yeah, okay. I would suggest that maybe death isn't the best word to use. There's nothing dead about that experience of letting go, release, calmness. It's a very alive state, and the more we get in touch with the body, and that is a process in itself. You know, over the years, we can radically change our access to the body's sensations. But as we get more in touch with the body's sensations and the aliveness of the body's sensation, it's all alive. And what we're experiencing is this, again, a kind of a dance, a flow. It's like watching waves, you know, washing up on a beach. I'm not talking about big crashing waves necessarily, but, you know, just an ordinary slanting beach with waves just gently rolling in, sweeping up the beach, sweeping back down again. The ocean is not dead when it's flowing out. It's just in a different phase of aliveness. Yeah, so it might be that you experience the joy differently if you're not contrasting it with what you've been conceptualizing as deadness. Perhaps you experience just a different kind of joy, an ebb and flow of joy, so it's not disappearing. It may also be that what you're talking about is piti rather than joy. If it's primarily a pleasurable physical sensation, a sense of perhaps, you know, upward sweeping, sort of inspired. Well, the word rapture was traditionally used to translate piti, although I don't think it's a particularly good one. If it's got that sense of, you know, pleasurable energy sweeping upward on the in-breath, then that's probably more likely piti rather than joy. Joy is a more pervading, peaceful, continuous state, and it doesn't ebb and flow in the same way as piti does. It's stable. And I used to have problems with piti. I would get too much of it, or more of it than I could handle. Anyway, I'm not sure if you can necessarily have too much of it, but I had more of it than I could comfortably handle. And for a long time, I didn't know what to do with that, because it would become so intense that I would tighten up against it. I would like brace myself against it, which would, you know, calm it down. But as soon as I began to relax the body, it would start to well up again and become too intense. And I talked to a fellow order member who's got much more experience of jhana than I have. And she said, oh, I know what to do. You just switch your attention to joy at that point. So you're basically diverting a bit of your attention away from the body and these intense energies arising, sometimes intense energies arising in the body. And you're more aware of the emotional quality of joy. And true enough, that helps. So anyway, I threw a bunch of stuff out there. Was any of it helpful? I hope. Maybe it will be. Maybe it won't.
Thank you.
By the way, I saw Larry Burkhead down there at the bottom right of my screen a minute ago, and it was lovely to see you, Larry.
We have a question from Penny. In-breath feels tight, like tension. Out-breath for me is relaxing, ease, and releasing. How can I have a more pleasurable in-breath?
I think it's just a question of practice and trust and letting it happen. Yeah, I mean, if it feels tight, you know, maybe there's some physical tension there that your body is working against. Maybe there's some unconscious habits of clenching, tightening, and maybe it's just going to take a little while to let go of that a deeper level and just let the breathing happen. Let it be fluid.
Okay, we have one more from Lisa.
So I'm just going to add one more thing again. Again, as we get more into the aliveness of the body and as we sense joy beginning to arise, that can sort of diverts our attention away from the breathing a bit. So we're breathing with those things. We're not just observing the breathing. So it might be that at that point, the little bit of your brain that's saying, I need to control the breathing, kind of like forgets to do its job because you're not focusing on the breathing quite as much. You're focusing on other things. So it might be that as Dhyana begins to emerge, or the jhana factors begin to emerge more fully, that becomes less of a problem. Sorry, Manidha, I interrupted you.
We have a question from Lisa and then Robin. Lisa, would you ever try to change the length of the in or outflow of the breath, especially when fear arises, in order to train the breath to be calm, or do you allow and accept it as it is and it will calm itself?
Yeah, I just allow and accept it as it is, unless I mean, if you are aware that there is an intense anxiety there, then I think that there's a case then for, okay, I'm going to really let go on the out breath. I'm going to take longer out breaths than the length of time it takes me to breathe in. So I think if you're working with some intense anxiety or something like that, then yeah, maybe. But apart from that, I would just let the breathing do its job. The idea here is to do less and less, and just to allow the dhyana factors to arise naturally from the condition of open, receptive awareness and not excluding anything.
Okay, Robin, did you have a question?
Maybe we'll make this the last one before we sit. Hello, Robin.
Hi. Just an observation that noticing all of the areas where the in-breath and the out-breath were being sensed. The second that I focused too long on any one of them, my breath seemed to contract again. So I have already experienced that idea of the light focus being more beneficial.
Yeah, it's interesting to do things like a body scan from this perspective of soft, open field of attention and a soft focus, a lightly held focal point. Because when I first did body scans, it was with a flashlight. Yeah, take the flashlight into your toes, take the flashlight into the soles of the foot, etc. Now when I do it, it's more like, here's the breathing going on. I'm aware of the breathing and my foot. I'm aware of the breathing on my toes. I'm aware of the breathing on the soles of my feet, the in-breath and the out-breath. So it's more of a sort of whole body experience combined with a gentle focus on one part of the body. Okay. I'm just interested in a sort of getting a sense, I mean, how many people, maybe just a show of hands, how many people are getting a sense that they're learning skills that calm the mind and are maybe even beginning, well, we'll just do that first of all. How many people are getting a sense that you've got this, developing those skills? Oh yeah, okay, we're there. How many people were spontaneously beginning to notice pleasurable currents of energy in the body? Okay, so piti beginning to arise naturally just by being attentive to the whole body as we're breathing. It's interesting, isn't it? You don't make it happen. You simply relax the eyes, be attentive to the whole body, notice what's happening in the body as you're breathing in and out. And the body starts responding by releasing various kinds of pleasure. And there's a different kind of pleasure on the out breath and on the in breath. The pleasure of a muscle relaxing, releasing, letting go, is quite different from the pleasure of a muscle in which there's a sort of sense of, you know, aliveness and, well, alertness and energy. So we're going to do another sit. I'm not going to say so much. I'll drop in some pointers. Actually, there's one thing I was going to mention. Let me see if I can find this. I'm not sure if I can. Relies on an app refreshing itself on this. Oh, here we go. You have to bear with me. My iPad is taking a while to wake up. And right now it's showing me a recipe for vegan spaghetti carbonara, which is not what I was looking for. Okay, here we go. So I was reading this article the other day about the Japanese art of shisa kanko. All these wonderful mindful arts that come out of Japan. And this is the Japanese mindful art of talking to yourself. You might wonder why you would do that, or how this might be used, or how it might be a mindfulness aid. Well, this is something that apparently in Japan, when people are doing tasks that involve a lot of routine, they will talk themselves through it. So a train driver, for example, or a train conductor, when they're pulling into the station, will trigger this routine and start talking out loud about the various things he or she is doing. And research into this shows that it dramatically reduces the number of mistakes that people make. So if we're doing, say, a simple manual repetitive task, on average we'll make 2.38 mistakes per 100 repetitions, which is, you know, not that bad, but it's still a fair number of mistakes. If you're using this technique of shisa kanko and talking to yourself as you're doing those 100 actions, the number is reduced to just 0.38 mistakes per 100 repetitions. So you're now making one mistake roughly every 300 repetitions, rather than almost 3 every 100. There's a massive reduction in distractedness. I find that quite interesting. And I relate this to the fact that some of the best meditations I have are meditations where I'm leading. You know, I'm talking. And what I'm doing when I'm leading a meditation is I'm not running through some kind of script, some kind of inner script. What I'm doing is I'm just describing what I'm doing. So I don't have to remember anything, which is great. I just have to remember what it is that I do it, and then describe it. But in describing it, I'm really on task. You know, when I'm saying to myself, notice that sense of letting go on the out breathing, I'm reminding myself that that's what I'm doing. So I'm not kind of like half doing it, I'm more fully doing it. And I have much better meditations. So I'm going to suggest that maybe I'm just going to drop in a few words as we do this next sit. And I'm going to suggest that you talk yourself lightly through the meditation practice. Not that you're necessarily going to be talking continually. I don't think you need to do that. But this is an application of vichara, of sustained thought. We're applying sustained thought to the art of meditation to help keep us on track, to help us stay with our experience and reduce the amount of mind wandering. So let's just, why don't you just say to yourself right now, soft eyes. You don't have to say it out loud. You can if you're muted, I guess. Just make sure you are. This will be cacophonous. You can just say it in your mind's eye. Soft eyes, soft focus. Inner field of attention expanding into the body. The body coming into awareness. So for the next 5 minutes, I'm not going to say anything. I'll ring a bell for the end of, we're going to do this practice in 3 stages, basically. So I'll ring a bell for the end of the first stage. And during this first stage, notice the out breathing. And from time to time, maybe just every few breaths, name something that you're doing, name something that you're paying attention to. In this stage, beginning to notice the soft wave of the in-breathing. Just naming to yourself some of the things that you're paying attention to, or some of the things you're doing. Maybe just one note, mental note, every few breaths. And perhaps just noting something that's prominent in your experience at that time. Encourage yourself to look for sensation, to observe sensation in parts of the body that maybe you would often neglect. Maybe on the back of the body, or in places where you may not expect to experience the breathing. And in this third and last stage, experiencing the continuous flow of the breathing, changing from the soft wave of the inhalation into a soft wave of the exhalation, and back over and over again. If you find it helpful, just naming things that you're doing, experiences that you're noticing. And seeing if you can experience the breathing as an unbroken flow of moments of sensation. An unbroken flow of moments of mindfulness. If there's any sense of pleasure, energy, aliveness in the body, just letting that be part of the soft wave of the in-breathing and the out-breathing. If the mind is any calmer than usual, just notice and appreciate that. If there are sensations of aliveness in the body, just notice and appreciate that too. It's appropriate to smile when you're noticing good things. So maybe you want to allow your body to smile. And as always, when you hear the bell, it's just a signal to bring the meditation practice, to bring your attention more fully into the world. How lovely it is to open my eyes and see you all there. So let's take a break for lunch. I'm going to suggest 40 minutes. So we'd get together again at Pacific time 1:10. I believe there's at least one other person here on the East Coast, so that would be 4:10. See you then. Good. Hope you had an enjoyable, refreshing lunch break. Made for a very late lunch over here on the East Coast. But an especially welcome one because of that. Anyone got any questions or perhaps comments about the last meditation or anything else before we begin?
Okay, we've got 2 people here.
Okay.
First, Robin.
Hello, Robin. See you.
She's right here.
I'm sorry, what am I doing?
Oh, I saw your hand raised.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did not mean to raise my hand.
Okay. Well, Steve had a question. Then we'll go to Steve.
Yeah, kind of a question observation. So I think it's interesting how we define terms and how our definition of the terms affects our meditation. So, you know, often when I think about joy, I usually think about it as a really technicolor experience, you know, boundless and enthusiastic. And to hear you redefine it, you know, it's a sense of maybe more of a calm sense of joy. Makes me wonder if that's something I do experience. You know, it doesn't have to be necessarily technicolor like I described. The other thing is priti. I often feel a sense of tension when I'm sitting and kind of focus and get aware of myself and get settled. And I'm wondering more and more if that really is maybe priti what I'm sensing, or even if it isn't, if I can redefine it as such, it becomes a lot more useful. And something I can work with rather than something that I judge. So anyway, that's just something I've thought about.
Yeah. There's different things we can describe as joy. When Metta was talking earlier about this upwelling that was dying away on the out breath, I suspect that was piti rather than joy. We're not quite up to joy yet. I was going to do some work on piti, but there are different kinds of joy, you know, within the Buddhist tradition as well, and I'll talk about the difference between those. Just think about any time you've just been happy. Yeah, you've just been in a good mood. It's been enjoying life. I mean, that's joy. Essentially, I think joy comes down to a sense that everything is okay right now. Everything's in this moment, in my experience, everything is okay. And there's this, yeah, it's not fireworks. I mean, it can change in intensity. It can become more intense. It can be mild, but it's a steady thing.
Jim just had a comment that the practice of naming the action seems to add to calmness of mind.
Okay. Good old Japanese technique of mindfully talking to yourself. Yeah, I think the names, the terms that we use are important, and they can be unhelpful or they can be, I think, more helpful. So the traditional terms I came across were rapture for piti and bliss for joy. And I think those are quite distancing terms. They make us think of something that's quite unattainable, otherworldly. But piti, let's take piti, because I'm just about to go on and talk about that and explore that. I think piti, rather than being some kind of rapture, again, it can be quite intense sometimes, but rather than being rapture and something that's otherworldly and we have to be in some kind of exalted state to experience, it's something we all know. It's pleasure, physical pleasure. So we will experience it when, it's pleasure and energy. So we might experience it, for example, if we're having a massage, someone's working on a muscle, and it's beginning to relax. If we're stretching, stretch your hamstrings or something like that. Stretch your hip muscles, and you might well feel a sort of tingly aliveness as a result of doing that. I mean, right now, try this. Just gently clench your buttocks, say, gently, not to the point that it's uncomfortable, and then let go. Does that feel nice? It does with me. Maybe it's just my buttocks. I don't know. But I just find it really pleasurable, and not just the buttocks, but other muscles as well. You know, tighten the arms and shoulders just a little bit, and then let go. You know, it's enjoyable. We experience piti in response to focused attention. So, for example, piti is often talked about in terms of, has anyone heard of ASMR? YouTube is full of ASMR. I see Dave, a couple of other people are nodding. YouTube is full of ASMR videos. It's a strange thing. People start talking about unusual experiences that they had had. This is on the internet. And they started talking about this and think, we don't have a name for this. So it's like, someone said, would you say something like, yeah, when someone whispers in my ear, I get this tingly sensation that spreads right all over my scalp and down the back of my neck. And I don't have a name for that, apart from that. And other people were saying, yeah, when I hear music, I get these kind of, tingly sensations. And someone saying, yeah, if you hear pages of a book being riffled, I get those kind of sensations too. So collectively, people thrashed out a name for this phenomenon, and they called it ASMR, which stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. Don't think it's necessarily a great name. It's defined as a feeling of well-being combined with a tingling sensation in the scalp and down the back of the neck, as experienced by some people in response to a specific gentle stimulus, often a particular sounds. So I've already mentioned some of the triggers, things like whispering, listening to pages of a book, being turned, sound of rain, being touched. I used to get these intense sensations when I was having my hair cut, and the barber would put the clippers on the back of my neck. Waves of tingling running down my back. I got interested in Buddhism as a result of listening to classical music when I was a teenager. I wasn't particularly into pop music at all. I really wasn't into pop music. I found it kind of annoying, actually, jarring, or either bland or jarring. And but I discovered, probably when I was about 14, that I loved classical music. And it became a meditation for me. I would sit, headphones on, in the dark. My body would be completely still. I wouldn't be moving. And I would just be totally attentive to the sound of the music and to what it was evoking within me. And there were lots of rushes of energy, rushes of tingling, feeling of joy. So, I had this unbroken attention, and I had piti, and I had sukha, and I wasn't thinking about anything whatsoever. My experience was just completely, my mental experience where thinking would take place, perhaps, was just completely filled with the experience of the music and the experience of listening to music. So that got me very interested in meditation, because I recognized that as a kind of an altered state of consciousness compared to my normal state of consciousness. But music, again, when you're emotionally aroused, piti can arise. Not always through positive emotions either. Fear, for example, the hairs on the back of your neck can stand up. You can feel a kind of strange sensation as if someone's looking at you, that feeling that, is someone looking at me right now? So it's something we've all experienced. Piti is something we've all experienced. And in the Buddhist meditation commentaries, there's a number of, I think, 5 different kinds of piti that are described, and they're probably all familiar to you, or I'd imagine most of them will be familiar to you. It's what's called minor piti, which is where just one part of the body is tingly, full of energy. If you sit with your hands in Dhyana mudra, and this is Dhyana mudra, hands resting in the lap, right hand resting on the left, thumbs lightly touching. If you sit in Dhyana mudra, it's quite possible that you will have at some point experienced feelings of tingling energy, like currents of electricity in your hands. Just quick show of hands, has anyone experienced that? Yeah, so a few people have. That's got some of the factors I was talking about: physical relaxation, your body is relaxing. These are very sensitive parts of the body, the hands, there's a lot of sensation there. The hands are in contact with each other, so you've got 2 sensitive parts of the body touching each other. And you can get this sort of like feedback effect where a sensitive part of the body is sensitive to another sensitive part of the body, and it takes on a life of its own. Or sometimes it's maybe just a muscle somewhere else in the body that's relaxing. This is minor piti I'm talking about. Maybe your calf muscles are relaxing and it's just this pleasant sort of tingly, alive sense that you've got in there. If you want to look for minor piti, the lips is another good place to look for that. 2 sensitive parts of the body in contact with each other. And it's not that difficult in meditation if you're breathing in and breathing out and aware of the lips to notice that there's just this rhythmic change going on. This is what's called momentary piti. Sometimes that doesn't involve pleasure. It's more like a sort of twitching kind of release. So a lot of us have had that at some time or other. Occasionally it's just like, whoa, your shoulders suddenly fall. You weren't even aware that they were tense, but some part of you was monitoring the body and says, okay, it's time to let go of whatever it was I was doing. And sometimes it is, twitching. The whole body can twitch. So that's momentary piti. There's surging piti, which is sense of energy, pleasure, shooting up the body. It can be quite intense. There's uplifting piti, which fills the whole body, and there is a sense of upward movement. It's usually experienced with strong emotion, with inspiration, awe. In Buddhaghosa's commentary, where he's describing these different kinds of piti, he goes into long digressions about people who were overcome with uplifting piti, and maybe they heard monks on a distant hillside chanting, and they literally lifted off the ground and floated across to where the monks were, and all this kind of thing. Rather fanciful, but the core of that is that emotion can just fill the whole body. It does something to us, and it just, I don't know, is endorphin based, I guess, and you just feel all kind of tingly and glowy all over. And there's pervading rapture. It's the 5th kind, pervading rapture, which fills the whole body, and it's stable. There may be a sense of movement, of currents within that, but it's a body-wide experience. And that is what we're kind of, well, all piti is good piti. None of it's bad. You don't reject any piti. This is the right kind of piti. It's just, if you get minor piti, if it's just the hands or the lips or something, that's a great start. That shows that you are beginning to relax, that you're beginning to get more into your body, you're noticing subtler sensation. That's all fantastic stuff. So just take an interest in that and notice it, accept it. Don't crave to have more of it. Don't crave to have it more intensive. Don't crave to spread it. all of that desire, craving, grasping will actually stop piti from arising. It'll certainly stop joy from arising. So just notice it, just accept it, enjoy it, appreciate it, and you'll probably find it starts to emerge in other parts of the body as well. But the pervading piti, which fills the entire body, that's the kind of the end point as far as first jhana is concerned. And some of you have been experiencing this already, along with the breathing. So we're just going to do a little bit more of that. Let's do some sitting, and let's experience the soft wave of the in-breath and the out-breath, and just pay attention to the body and notice what's happening there. I'm going to bring in one more element that I haven't mentioned so far. So I'm already talking myself through this, softening the eyes. I'm saying to myself, open to my entire field, visual field, behind closed eyes. I was just saying to myself something about observing my posture, making sure that that was open and upright. One thing about posture with regards to dhyana, with regard to any meditation, really is just being aware of the angle of your head. You could try doing this with me as an experiment. Just drop your chin a fraction of an inch down toward the chest, a bit lower than where it normally is. And just notice your breathing. Where are you breathing? Is it the belly? Is it the chest? Is it both equally? Try raising your chin a fraction of an inch above where it normally would be. Just a little bit above a balanced position. And notice your breathing. Is it mostly in the chest? Is it mostly in the belly? Is it involving both equally? And just let the back of the neck be long, soft, open. Become aware of the joint between the skull and the first vertebra, first bone in your neck. Just become aware of that joint. See if you can let it be soft, open. As if there's a space opening up in that joint. So that helps us to have the head in a balanced position. It can also help trigger a sense of relaxation in the spine. Soft eyes. And here's the one very important thing I wanted to bring in, although the chin thing is important too. As well as allowing the eyes to be soft and the eyes to be slightly defocused. Just remembering now what it's like to look with love. There's a certain quality in and around the eyes when we look with love. Forget all the stuff you've been told about appropriate objects for metta bhavana. You can remember looking at a child, a pet, a lover, or a friend. As long as there's that sense of warmth, care, tenderness. Just remembering what that experience is like, what does it feel like around the eyes, and then letting those same qualities, warmth, care, tenderness, let them pervade the way that you're aware of yourself right now. So sensations of the body arise in awareness, meeting them with kindness. Noticing the muscles of the body as they come into awareness. Just letting them soften out of kindness. If there are any sensations of discomfort in the body, meeting those with kindness as well. Often there's aversion to pain. We want to be rid of it. We want it to go away. But pain is usually inflammation. And inflammation is your body trying to heal itself. So why not look with love and appreciation upon parts of the body that are trying to heal. If there's any uncomfortable feelings arising in the heart or in the gut, just meeting them with kindness as well. These are communications from parts of you that are struggling in some way. And out of self-metta, self-compassion, it's helpful to show those struggling parts of ourselves that we care about them. That they're loved. That they're not forgotten. It's meeting everything with kindness, including the sensations of the breathing, the soft wave of the in-breathing, rising and filling the body, the soft wave of the body letting go on the out-breathing. Observing the breathing as you might watch the breathing of a sleeping pet or child or a lover. This everyday miracle to be appreciated, to be cherished. So let there be gentleness and appreciation in the way that you're experiencing the soft waves of the in-breathing and out-breathing sweeping through the body. Letting the muscles and joints in the body soften and energize. And if you ever notice that the emotional tone of your mindfulness lacks love, lacks kindness, and just briefly remembering once again what it's like to look in that way at someone else before looking in that way at yourself. If you love your body, if you show it love, your body will love you back. And it does that through piti. It's like a cat purring when you stroke its belly. So aware of the whole body, breathing. Soft flow, soft wave of the in-breathing and the out-breathing. Noticing and appreciating any aliveness, any pleasure in the body that accompanies those waves. Noticing and appreciating anything that seems good in your experience. Just for the last few minutes of this meditation, in the midst of all this experience, just picking out one vivid experience, one vivid sensation. Perhaps at the rims of the nostrils, and allowing those to be a soft focus at the center of this wider field of experiences and sensations. I was so full of happiness there, I didn't want to speak. Let's just do another little check-in to see how it's going. Any difficulties that you're having, any questions, uncertainties, anything that's new to you that you found helpful?
Lou had a question about whether piti arising can arise independently, or does it have to be in this systematic process?
No, it might arise in the complete absence of calmness. I mentioned that the phase where the jhana factors are coming into being, but they're not balanced and harmonized with each other, is called access concentration. And there's various kinds of access concentration because there's different ways that you can have three factors out of balance with each other. And you can find yourself with no calmness whatsoever, be very, very excited and have lots of piti. I think a lot of ecstatic forms of meditation. There's a lot of Hindu meditation, bhakti meditation, I think it's called. Very devotional, the kind of thing, yeah, where maybe you're doing lots of chanting or movement or something like that. And it can be, I'm not saying that that form of meditation is not mentally calm, but it can be that you can get that kind of excitement and that kind of energy going, and your mind is kind of like racing and very, very excited. So yeah, sometimes piti can, and that's just an example of how you could have piti without calmness, but you might not be in an ecstatic trance, but still find piti arising.
Dave found the looking with love very powerful and helpful.
Yeah. I call this kindfulness of breathing. And I think it's a very important practice. I try to bring that element of regarding, of kind regard, loving eyes, try to bring that into every meditation practice that I do. It's very simple to do. And yeah, it's transformative, especially when it comes to showing yourself kindness, showing yourself compassion. When there's difficult feelings coming up or when there's physical pain, it makes a huge difference to turn toward them with kindness and acceptance rather than to go, God, I wish you weren't here, I hate you. It's deeply transformative.
Ben had a question if there's a difference between priti and chitta.
Well, chitta just means mind. Priti, piti is, as I said, the sense of aliveness. So they're not really related to each other. Obviously, chitta is presumably what is noticing. Piti. But although the words might sound similar to each other, there's no connection between them. Thinking back to the meditation that we did before lunch, the one that I led in 3 stages, I'm wondering if anyone noticed that that was the first 3 stages of the mindfulness of breathing. Yeah, a couple of people noticed that. Oh, good, good. So, why do we count the breaths? Why do we count the out breath and then count the in breath? Something I noticed a long time ago is that when you're counting your out breaths, you pay a little bit more attention to the out breath. And if you know that that's what you're doing, it deepens the experience and you realize, one, is me observing the out breath and then counting it. observing the out breath, 2, counting it. So there's just a little bit more attention brought to the out breath in the first stage, where there's that sense of letting go. It's calming, it's relaxing. That's usually what you need to do when you first sit down to meditate, because there's all this stuff going on. And then the second stage, you start counting before the in-breath. Count 1. And there's the in-breath. Count 2. There's the in-breath. So there's just this subtle shift in focus, so that you're just a little bit more aware of the in-breathing than of the out-breathing. And then the third stage, you drop the counting. You're just aware of the in-breathing and the out-breathing. And that, I think, is what the mindfulness of breathing is about. I think that's why it's structured in that way. You can, if you understand that principle, then sometimes you don't need the counting. The counting can be useful when you're a bit scattered, when you need to calm the mind and know when the mind is calm and when it isn't. And you know it's not calm because you've lost the thread with the counting. Or you've, yeah. So as you calm the mind, the ability to keep vichara, sustained thought, develops. Sustain it for 10 breaths, sustain it for 20 breaths, sustain it for 30 breaths. Now the mind is relatively calm. But if you understand the principle, you don't necessarily need to do that. You just be aware. I'm letting go on the out breath and observing that. And letting go on the out breath again and observing that. Not that you would necessarily be saying those things, but not that it's necessarily a bad idea for you to say those things if the Japanese experience is to be trusted.
Virasati made a comment that the counting seems like the Japanese form of talking to oneself.
Mm. Well, there's counting in the Indian tradition as well. I know that in some forms of Zen Buddhism they count breaths, and some they don't. Even within the same tradition, they don't necessarily, do all do the same thing. I remember hearing, I think it was Saramati that told me this, because he used to live in San Francisco. And at the San Francisco Zen Center, after Suzuki Roshi had passed away, some of the senior teachers thought they should get together. And they didn't tend to do, I think, a lot of talking about practice in that tradition. People just got on with their practice. They just sat there, did what you were doing. And a bunch of teachers got together and thought, well, maybe we should, talk about, what's important and what we're going to teach people. And someone said, yeah, so, for example, should I be encouraging people to count? And someone else said, what do you mean count? Count what? Well, count your breaths. Don't you count your breaths? You've been taught, to count his breaths. Other people haven't. So, within the same tradition, it might vary. But anyway, that was a digression. In the Visuddhimagga by Buddhipaksa, and even in meditation manuals that are 500 years older than that, which is just a few hundred years after the Buddha, there's counting of breaths in that same pattern, counting after the out breath, counting before the in breath. A form of talking to oneself.
I find myself talking to myself more lately.
As the isolation kicks in.
I had a question, Bodhipaksa. The last sit you guided us to look for what's good, and I guess I'm always cautious about looking for what's good in the sense of getting attached to experience or.
Yeah.
expecting things to be a certain way. And I found a lot of breakthroughs for me have come from when I feel like shit, you know, and when things are just feeling really bad. Maybe we can talk a bit about that, Dhyana, in this context.
Well, two things about that. First of all, the only way to experience pleasure without getting attached to it is to experience pleasure and get attached to it and then realize that that sucks. And there's going to be, you're going to have to find some other way. And I have seen this so many times, that someone has a dhyanic experience, especially if it's quite early on in the meditation career, and it's completely called a career meditation experience, and it's completely unexpected, and they're, whoa, that was mind-blowing. What the heck happened to me? And you say, well, you know, you're experiencing some jhana there. That's really good. So it's the best sit they've ever had. The worst sit they ever have is the one immediately after that, where they sit down and go, yeah, right, come on. Where are you, jhana? Come on. What, this, you're not happening? What's wrong? Where's it gone? Where's all the pleasant sensations? And there's this spiraling pit of despair as it doesn't happen again, because they're grasping after it, you know? And you just have to work through that experience and kind of realize, okay, that doesn't really work. And just learn to trust that you can just observe these things. It is better just to observe these things and not to grasp after them. So yeah, I'm definitely not suggesting grasping after anything at all. I mean, the other thing is the question of, you know, what is good in your experience? Well, you know, anything is good in your experience. You can regard anything as being good. I mean, I'm talking about here perhaps a bit more calm than usual, a bit more continuity of awareness than usual, a bit more vivid experience of the body than usual, fuller experience of the body than usual, a bit more energy and aliveness than usual, a little more happiness than usual. Just, I mean, these are good things. These are, you know, skillful developments. And I think it's just good to notice and appreciate them. What we notice and appreciate tends to grow if you're doing it in a non-grasping kind of a way. But even if you're having a really hard time, there can be good things going on that you can appreciate. You can be feeling sadness, despair, anxiety. And I have been having things like that at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know about you guys, but recently there's just been more anxiety around. And I'll wake up and I've been having an anxious dream and it's still there and it seems to go on for quite some time. And I can love it. I can look for that kindly gaze, those loving eyes, and I can offer it kindness and love and reassurance, and I can recognize that these are good things. I can recognize that it's good to be mindful. Yeah, mindfulness is a good thing. Okay, this is great. I'm noticing this right now. As I said, physical pain, you know, we normally regard that as a bad thing, don't want it there. Hey, it's your body healing. You know, isn't that a good thing? Your body is trying to make itself whole again. It's trying to bring itself back to health. It's working at that. You can appreciate that. You know, there's lots of good things that we can appreciate.
Yeah, thank you. Paramita had a question about when we're feeling fatigued or the body's tired. Any tips on staying alert?
Sometimes just watching your posture is all you can do, or the best thing that you can do. If you're falling asleep, the first thing that happens is that you start to slump, your head starts to go down. I could say more about the posture. In fact, I'm going to say a little bit more about the posture when we're moving on to talk about joy. But sitting very upright, chest open, back relatively straight, but relaxed. that thing, watching the head, watching the balance of the head is great, because I found that the first thing that goes for me is my head starts to droop down. And so sometimes all I've done is observed the chin, the mindfulness of the chin. My focus is really on the chin, and it starts to move down a little bit, and it's like I catch that, because that for me is the first stage of falling asleep. Maybe for other people it's something different. Maybe the shoulders go or something like that. Most of you are probably familiar with, Padmasambhava, a very heroic figure, historical figure, but much mythologized. He was an Indian teacher who went to Tibet. He was invited to go to Tibet by the king of Tibet, Trisam Detsen, who converted to Buddhism. Buddhism had been in Tibet for quite a long time. I think a couple of centuries, but it never really caught on. And the myth was that as they were building the monastery, they would build the monastery by day, putting up the bricks and mortar, and then the demons of Tibet would come and demolish it overnight. It's kind of symbolic of the fact that they were trying to root Buddhism in Tibet, and it wasn't taking root. There were all of these forces which were resisting it. So Padmasambhava is this heroic figure who goes in, he takes on the demons of Tibet in unarmed combat, one-on-one. He wrestles them into submission. He forces them to reveal their secret names. Now he can control them, and he makes them swear allegiance to the Dharma, right? This incredibly powerful figure, very heroic. So I find it really wonderful to hear him say in one text that sometimes when you're falling asleep during meditation, what you really have to do is go and have a good nap. So even heroes need to take a rest. So yeah, so sometimes going and having a nap is a good idea. Don't fight it too much. But I'll say a couple more things about posture when we're talking about joy, bringing about joy.
So David had another question about whether you plan to talk about the higher dhyanas later today.
The higher jhanas, by that do you mean jhanas 2, 3, and 4? Yeah, I'll say a little bit about them. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when people talk about the higher jhanas, they mean the formless spheres. People call them the arupa jhanas, but that's a commentarial invention, not the states themselves, but the name is a commentarial invention. They are never described as jhanas in the scriptures. And the whole problem of, well, how is it that the Buddha realized that jhana was the path to awakening when he'd done jhana with his previous teachers no longer arises, because you don't have to go through the jhanas to get into the formless spheres. There's different kinds of meditation practices that take you into the formless spheres. Some meditation practices take you into formless experience. Some take you into jhana. If you've gone through jhana, you can go from there into the formless spheres, but you can also go directly into them. So I just like to get that clear. Sometimes people find they're having formless experiences and they know they haven't been through jhanas 1 to 4. So they're a bit confused about that. I'm not sure what they're experiencing. All right. I'm just going to smile because I can't remember what I was going to say next. All right, we'll talk about joy a little bit. Again, I want to kind of normalize this. It's something that we have all experienced. You read these old translations, or maybe some new translations of the Pali suttas, and it talks about bliss. And that sounds very removed from our ordinary experience, but joy is just happiness. Sukha is just happiness. It's joy. Joy is a good word for it. It's something that we've all experienced. You've been in a good mood, you've been in access concentration, because at least the jhana factor of joy was present. It's a relatively stable state. It seems to me to arise from a sense that everything's okay right now. Everything in your experience is good right now. Confidence, appreciation, and love are all supportive conditions for the arising of joy. In fact, it's not really a great idea to have joy as a goal. There's research being done into the different kind of goals that people have. And some people have this life goal that they want to be happy. That's their goal. And they are not as happy as people who, for example, want to have a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives. People who want to be kind, who see it important as being kind and being compassionate, being helpful, being of service to other people. People who want to experience lots of joy in their lives are not as happy as people who are appreciative. People who sit down every night before they go to bed and think of 10 things that they are appreciative for that day, even if it's been a shitty day, they are happier than people that aim at experiencing joy. Joy is not a particularly good goal to aim for. So what I'm suggesting is that we look at the supportive conditions for joy, which, as far as I can see, are appreciation, confidence, faith, you could call, and love, kindness. There's other words that could be translated as joy or similar to joy. There's delight, which is pamoja, or pramoja in Sanskrit. And it's more conditional. It's less stable. It's the kind of joy or kind of happiness that arises from, say, laying down a burden or something nice happening. So you come home at the end of the day. Remember when you used to come home at the end of the day? You come home at the end of the day and you take off your coat or drop your briefcase or whatever it is, kick your shoes off, and it's, God, it's just nice to be back. It's just nice to stop doing things, you settle into an armchair. It's just lovely, that sense of, of pleasure. Open your can of beer or whatever. So if anyone's not, not a drinker, but it's just the kind of experience that people have. Open a can of beer or a can of soda or whatever. And it's like, yes, this is going to be nice. Those are all very conditional kind of experiences. Let's take the example of walking through the door at the end of the day and feeling that sense of relief, like you've left behind work and things to do. Yeah. What would happen if you walked back outside the door and then walked back through again? Not much, because it was dependent upon certain conditions. Yeah. Or if someone tells you a joke, that's pamoja, I think. Someone tells you a joke, you laugh, it's really funny. Good joke. And then they tell you again, and again, and again. Probably after they told the joke 20 times, you're not experiencing anything like pamoja, maybe homicidal impulses. So pamoja doesn't have that sense of stability. It arises from something nice has happened, something unexpected has happened, or you've let go of some kind of a burden. That can, of course, arise, and it's a good thing if it arises. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying pamoja is bad. It's just kind of limited. But this can arise in meditation. You suddenly notice, perhaps, my mind is really calm. And you think, that's lovely. There's a sense of delight arises. And it just creates this kind of blush of pleasant feeling. And that can help, you know, kickstart the whole process of just realizing, hey, this is good. You know, I can just be at ease with myself right now. Everything's lovely. I've mentioned that it's important to be able to embrace even things that are uncomfortable, or embrace physical pain, because that kind of resistance, aversion, it's a hindrance, really, isn't it? You notice I haven't talked much about the hindrances. I've mentioned them in passing. I think when I first started trying to, talk about jhana and working toward jhana, I'd been taught a lot about the hindrances and how to combat them. So that was where I tended to put my emphasis at the beginning. But I realized it's not always very productive. It's rarely actually productive. If you start focusing on the hindrances and trying to get rid of the hindrances, then it's almost like you're trying to walk backwards to jhana. You're not looking at what you're cultivating, you look at what you're trying to get rid of. And it tends to set up this kind of adversarial relationship within yourself. There's this part of you that you want to get rid of. Maybe you've got anxiety. Oh, this is a hindrance. I've got to try and get rid of anxiety. It's actually much more spiritually beneficial to recognize, oh, anxiety is present. Some part of me is suffering. I'm going to show it some love. I'm going to show it some reassurance. I'm going to put a hand there. I'm going to say, you know, it's okay. I'm here. I know this is, you know, scary right now, but, you know, I'm with you. And to look with love at your anxiety. I find that much more spiritually beneficial. Completely lost my train of thought there. It would definitely help if I read my notes, but I tend not to. Then I remember where I was going before I started talking about the hindrances.
Well, Brent has a comment that seems relevant to what you were saying, Brent. He says he was recently sitting with pain and staying with it. So it actually began to feel like a sensation of warmth. Yes. I mean, pain can cease to feel like pain. Well, that's what I was saying. Just basically the importance of just being present, remaining present with experiences, even if they're difficult. I think one question that I found very useful to ask myself is there anything I'm doing right now that is inhibiting joy, inhibiting the arising of joy? Because just as, I've talked about how our focus can be very narrow and it excludes a lot of things. Basically, you can kind of repress a lot of sensation. You suppress a lot of sensation by deciding, for example, to focus narrowly on one small part of the breathing. And as soon as you decide not to do that, as soon as you stop focusing tightly and just relax the eyes, relax your inner field of attention, everything else just appears. So it's like you've been repressing mindfulness, you've been repressing an awareness of the body. And just by just being at rest with whatever's arising, it's there. I think joy is similar as well. It's like, I think we're repressing joy a lot of the time because of things that we do. You know, judging, trying too hard, trying to make things happen, resisting, you know, thinking this part shouldn't be here. You know, all of that kind of thing. All of those activities get in the way of joy arising. Not being aware of our hearts. Just sometimes we, as I say, we exclude parts of ourselves from awareness. And as soon as you begin to allow the heart into awareness, the possibility of joy starts arising.
Maybe it's thinking. Maybe you've just been thinking about something a lot. Maybe you just need to let go of that thinking, because our thinking represses joy a lot of the time. So I find that just a useful question for me to ask myself at times. I'll catch myself just during the day, and just a quick survey of my experience. Am I joyful right now? No, I damn well aren't. Okay, what's going on? Well, I've got this sense that I've got to get stuff done. And it's like, well, could I get the stuff done without this craving to get it done? And it's like, well, yeah, I can. I can type just as well without that sense of strain and that sense of grasping. So just let go of the attitude that's suppressing joy. So I said I was going to, that's some general stuff about joy. I said I wanted to say a little bit more about our posture and joy, and this extends to piti as well. I'd mentioned that one of the factors that supports the arising of joy is confidence and faith. I'll just stick with the word confidence. And one of my favorite TED Talks, it's been, last time I checked, it had been watched 11 million times or something, is a talk by Amy Cuddy, who's a researcher at Harvard. And her research is into posture and the physiological and emotional effects of posture. It's a really great talk, worth checking out. Some of her research has actually been, the methodology of some of her research has been called into question. But there's other research showing similar things. So, for example, make yourself small, curl up. And what that does is it induces the release of stress hormones. And then you start feeling small. You are making yourself small, but you feel small. And you start feeling insecure. And you start feeling maybe a bit depressed. There's other research, it's not the research that Amy Cuddy did, but other research showed that if you sit in a slumped kind of a way, it becomes more difficult to remember pleasant memories. It becomes easier to remember unpleasant memories. So, when we're feeling a little depressed and a little down, we slump, but slumping makes us feel depressed and down. Just straightening your posture makes it easier for you to remember pleasant things. And it actually makes it more difficult for you to remember painful memories. People who are asked to sit up straight or to stand up straight also show more confidence. So, for example, when someone is asked to, I think the task was something like being asked to speak spontaneously, and if someone is sitting down slumped, it's harder for them to think of things to say. It's easier for someone to access their creativity if they're sitting upright, if they're sitting in a good posture. So there's lots of this research, and Amy Cuddy's research is about not just the curling in, the collapsing, the making ourselves small, but what does it do if we make ourselves expansive? You could try doing this, even if you're sitting here. Try putting your hands on your hips, like Superman or Wonder Woman. And talking about Superman or Wonder Woman, what's the activity up in the chest? The shoulders are open, the chest is up, the head is level, looking straight ahead. If you were standing, you would have your feet a little bit wider than hip width, really taking up space. And just do this for 2 or 3 minutes, and it changes your physiology. Your stress hormones will actually decrease. Your levels of testosterone will increase. And although we might think of testosterone as being a male hormone, both men and women have testosterone, and in both men and women, levels of testosterone are correlated with levels of confidence. And confidence helps us be joyful. So I sometimes ask people, on retreats, when I'm leading retreats, I sometimes ask people before we sit down to meditate to stand for 3 minutes like this. Stand like Superman, stand like Wonder Woman. And then when you sit down, see if you can maintain a sense of that spaciousness. And one very subtle application of this, I've mentioned that I sit in Dhyana mudra, which is the traditional way to sit in meditation. So my hands are resting in Dhyana mudra in my lap. Now, what are the arms doing though? Because very often when we're meditating, the arms will kind of like be collapsed against the body. But if you just put a little bit of energy into your elbows so that they're away from the body, you're taking up just a little bit more space. And I find that I feel much stronger. I feel much more confident when I'm doing this. I did that one night. It was on the eve of a presidential election, and I was teaching a class that evening. Very, very anxious about how the election was going to turn out. And the only shift that I made was just bringing my elbows out from my body. And within about 2-3 minutes, I actually didn't care how the election went. I mean, on some level I did care, but I didn't care, emotionally. It wasn't going to affect my sense of well-being. So that's quite a powerful tool that I would recommend. The other thing I would recommend is being aware of this circle. This again is assuming that you're sitting in Dhyana mudra, but I guess this would even work if you've got your hands on your thighs. But being aware of this circle, this oval that's being made by the arms, the shoulders, the hands. And just notice how when you breathe in, the chest is rising through the circle. And as you're breathing out, don't do anything, but just invite the body to appreciate this openness, this expansiveness. And just see if your body wants to maintain a little bit of that openness as it breathes out. So those two things together, elbows slightly away from the body. And in fact, you can't see it on this Buddha statue because it's cast in one piece, but I've noticed that on most Buddha statues, when you look at the arms, there is a gap between the elbow and the sides of the body. I think that's how we're meant to sit, not with our arms pressed against the sides. So, with the elbows slightly out, sitting straight with a sense of dignity. Back of the neck, long, relaxed, that joint between the skull and the first vertebra open. Oh, I didn't ask you about that little experiment with the chin. So before we sit, did anyone notice anything? Dropping the chin down, lifting the chin up, about whether it had an effect on your breathing? I think Steve put his hand up. Do you want to say something, Steve?
Yeah, I did notice almost automatically that when I lifted my chin, that my breath came more into my upper chest.
Yeah.
As I went down right to the belly, but kind of passing through the chest almost rather than being.
It's strange, isn't it? Yeah. I find the same thing. If I drop my chin, it somehow paralyzes my chest.
Right.
Because there's two active things going on when you're breathing. One is the diaphragm, which is, if you're doing abdominal breathing, well, all breathing should really be abdominal, but the diaphragm is pushing down into the abdomen. But also the ribs are active, the intercostal muscles, as they contract, open up the ribs. And for some strange reason, dropping the chin just a fraction of an inch seems to paralyze the chest muscles. I don't know why this is, but most people, I think, seem to find that. And your abdomen, your diaphragm is pumping away, but you're not really oxygenating very well because your chest isn't moving as much as it normally does. And if you have your chin up, you're breathing much more into the chest. It's harder for your diaphragm to push down. You are breathing into the chest, but your breathing is probably more rapid. It's shallower because you're not getting that depth that comes from the diaphragmatic breathing. It's strange. I don't know why it is. But again, this sense of balance in the head, where the chin is very slightly tucked in, sitting with a sense of dignity. Dignity is a great word. All of those factors in your posture are going to help with the experience of confidence and therefore the arising of joy. So, I've talked too much. Let's sit. So we'll sit for maybe just 15, 20 minutes. We're just bringing a lot of what we've talked about together. So soft eyes, kind eyes, being aware of your posture, looking for a sense of dignity. So yes, the spine is long, you're sitting upright, but also you're sitting at ease. Head balanced, so that you can breathe fully into the belly and the chest. A little energy in the elbows, so that the arms are slightly energized, without straining. Noticing how the collarbones and the sternum, the breastbone, how they rise up between the arms on the in-breath. Be very soft, be at ease, not striving. Just seeing whether your body perhaps wants to keep just a tiny little bit of that openness. The body at ease. Inner field of attention, open, receptive, and kind. So let's just do the 4 stages of the mindfulness of breathing, but without the counting. So just notice the letting go, the relaxation, the soft wave that takes place on the out breathing. And if your awareness is imbued with kindness, imbued with love, and if your awareness is following the wave, soft wave of the out breath, and this can be like a soft wave of love and relaxation flowing down through the body. So we've been setting up the conditions for confidence to arise, which supports joy, for love to arise, and that supports joy. So just appreciate anything positive that's happening, anything at all that's happening that seems good. Even if you feel sad, appreciate that some suffering part of you is reaching out and trying to communicate. If you feel content, just appreciate that contentment isn't as common an experience as we would like. Notice any calmness and appreciate it, relative calmness. Notice any sensitivity to the body, any pleasure, any energy arising. And appreciate that. Love everything that arises, whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. Smile. And in the second stage of the mindfulness of breathing, particularly noticing the soft wave of the inbreathing. Perhaps almost as if energy is being drawn up from the earth into the body. Let the in-breathing and the out-breathing make little adjustments to your posture. The in-breathing creating more uprightness, openness, space. The out-breathing creating more relaxation. Appreciating your experience. Appreciating the simple fact of being aware. Letting go of any desire to be any place but where you are now. Showing love and kindness to everything that arises, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's craving or aversion or doubt. Just love everything. And then in the third stage, the key word is continuity. Just observing that the breathing is an unbroken sensation, an unbroken series of moments of sensation. The breathing in the whole body. The energy of the in-breathing. Pleasurable relaxation of the out-breathing. Sitting with confidence. Sitting with love and appreciation. If there's a sense of any imbalance, on the one hand, you've got calmness and relaxation. On the other hand, there's aliveness in the body, there's joy. Just noticing any imbalances and just seeing where you should maybe put your attention. When there's a balance of, on the one hand, peace and calm, and on the other hand, aliveness and joy, you can feel the balance. It's like when water and flour are mixed together perfectly to make pizza dough. Or as the Buddha put it, when soap powder and water are perfectly mixed together. So there's no extra soap powder, no extra water. Just this sense of wholeness, of stability. And then in the fourth stage of the practice, still with this open, receptive, kind, appreciative field of awareness. Finding one small, vivid sensation to be the lightly held focal point. sitting at ease. Resting with this experience rather than trying to do anything with it. Let the breathing, let the body be aware of you. How are we doing? Anyone got anything they'd like to share? Any questions?
Thomas has a question.
Bodhipaksa, during that sit, I had this, I've got a lot of tension in the back of my shoulder blades from all the, I think it's from all the physical labor I've been doing lately and probably frustration in the mind. But during that sit, it was just like, it just felt so intense. And I was listening to your words and trying to bring love. But it was so hard to not feel the pain as pain. And I had moments of euphoria, but then it went back to pain, and it was kind of back and forth. And I'm just wondering if you had any suggestions or focuses on letting go in that essence, or just keep doing what you were telling us to do.
Just gets easier with practice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you do get this, palpable sense of a soft flow of piti, different kinds of piti on the out breath and in breath flowing through the body, then you can have a sense of that flowing through areas of tension. You can imagine that the breath is flowing through. It's the same thing, really. Imagine the breath is flowing through the areas of tension. Send it love, send it kindness, let it know that you care about it. Bathe it with a kindly regard. It gets easier. I mean, I've had times when I've had bad migraines. I don't seem to get migraines anymore. For a while I was getting migraines all the time, almost every couple of weeks. And I've been lying there with this migraine, waves of nausea, pounding headache, and experiencing joy and piti. They can coexist. So I don't know. I guess that was just me continuing to practice that way. I mean, at first I tried to be aware of migraines mindfully. It was impossible. Like if I tried to be aware of the nausea would get worse because there was some kind of, unconscious reaction going on inside of me. Some kind of, aversion, grasping, probably aversion going on. That was making it worse. And I had to keep doing that lots and lots of times before I found that I could be aware of, a headache without aversion. I could be aware of nausea without aversion. Yeah, practice.
Great. Okay. Just one other part to that too. I was wondering, because I know this tension is partly from the physical labor, but I'm just wondering if lots of it could just be mental attachment making it more tension than it actually is, that releasing further into the meditation, if it's just
we'd resist physical pain, and we try to tense up around tension. That's going to help. Then we think it will. It's like, if you're like trying to push a rock or something, you're trying to get a frustrating thing out of a way, you tense up, you push against it. And I think we tend to do the same thing with inner pain, as if we could wall it off by tensing up round about it, or as if we could push it away somehow. Of course, it just makes it worse.
Gotcha. That helps a lot. Thank you.
Paramita had a question.
Hello, Paramita.
Hi, I just want to say I was very skeptical about this whole online teaching meditations business. And and you've been doing it for 20 years. and I feel regret that I haven't taken more of your workshops, because that whole thing around posture, I've been really struggling with posture and fatigue. And lately my meditation has been creating a lot of energy. And I don't know what that is, like just heat, like a lot of energy, a lot of sensation. And just with the space between my arms and also the feeling of just, I forget what you said, but just like the whole business of like, try and be softly upright, because I know a lot of people that are jerks that have excellent posture. Okay, they're rigid as a post, and that's not what I think you're talking about. And so that was really, this is the first time I felt a lot of heat and a lot of energy, as well as I felt energized when I came out of this meditation.
Oh, great.
Yeah, like I wasn't trying to be alert in any way.
Yeah.
And something lifted. Something something shifted and lifted. Yeah. So I really, really want to thank you so much. And it's a shame we didn't get to see you in 3D. So don't forget to, well, you know what I mean. Experience you in presence.
Exactly.
Yeah, and just to make you a little bit more jealous, it's fabulous weather out on the coast right now. It's gorgeous out there. I know.
So tell me it rains all the time in Seattle. That'll make me...
It is not raining.
Snowed here this morning. Let's see, we have 20 minutes left. So that gives me enough time to cover the Anapanasati Sutta, 4 jhanas, and the relationship between jhana and insight. So let's go. Oh, and I want to finish with a quick sit as well. So here's the tetrads, the first few tetrads, anyway, first couple of tetrads of the Anapanasati Sutta. So it's talking about, a monk, nun, meditator, sitting, legs crossed, holding the body upright, setting mindfulness to the fore, breathing in, mindful, breathing out, mindful. And this is translated differently in different times. Breathing in long, they discern, I'm breathing in long, breathing out long, they deserve, I'm breathing out long. Breathing in short, they discern, I'm breathing in short, or breathing out short. They discern, I'm breathing out short. I've also seen that translated by Bhikkhu Sujato as the first one, breathing in deeply, and the second, breathing in shallowly, which I think makes more sense because our breathing does become more shallow as we settle into meditation. One trains oneself. I will breathe in sensitive to the entire body. I will breathe out sensitive to the entire body. Hey, we did that. One trains oneself. I will breathe in calming bodily fabrication, calming the body, relaxing the body. One trains oneself. I will breathe out calming bodily fabrication, calming the body, relaxing the body. Hey, we did that too. Second tetrad, I will breathe in sensitive to aliveness, I'm going to call it, sensitive to piti. I will breathe out sensitive to piti. So again, we've established the context. This is in the whole body, We're aware of the breathing. Now we're aware of piti, breathing in, breathing out. One trains oneself, I will breathe in sensitive to joy. I will breathe out sensitive to joy. Again, this is in the context of being aware of the whole body and everything else that's come before, including being aware of the breathing in the whole body, being aware of piti in the whole body. One trains oneself, I will breathe in sensitive to mental fabrication, that is like thoughts, etc. So you're aware of your mind producing thoughts. One trains oneself, I will breathe out sensitive to mental fabrication, breathe out sensitive to thoughts, sensitive to what the mind is doing. So we're becoming more aware of the mind's calmness. I will breathe in calming mental fabrication. I will breathe out calming mental fabrication. So calming the mind yet further. So we're really stilling our thoughts. Then we breathe in sensitive, in and out, sensitive to the mind, in and out, gladdening, satisfying the mind, steadying the mind, releasing the mind. And then you move into insight. I will breathe in, focusing on inconstancy. I'll breathe in, breathe out, focusing on inconstancy, focusing on change, focusing on impermanence. So I'm not reading the whole thing, but you can see the flow of what we've been doing is very much the flow of this, which was kind of accidental in a way. When I started putting together this path of what I found useful in moving me toward Dhyana, I wasn't thinking about this at all. It's just later that I looked at it and so, that's kind of interesting. Someone asked about the other jhanas. So I've mentioned first jhana as our, what we're aiming for. So in first jhana, you've got these 3 factors. You've got calmness, which includes, of course, different kinds of thinking. You've got piti, sense of aliveness, and you've got joy. I'd like to stress that there are no higher jhanas. You don't go higher in the jhanas, you go deeper into the jhanas. It's a deeper experience. So the way I conceptualize this is, it's like there's different shells to our experience, and the most superficial part of our experience is thinking. It's the most recently evolved, and it's not there all the time, even though we often think it is. It comes and goes. But there's thinking is like the most external shell. There's our experience of the body within that, and the sensations in the body, and particularly these pleasant sensations that are arising as the body is relaxing, as the body is calming, as the body is becoming energized. And then there's this shell of emotion inside of that, the emotion of joy, of appreciation, of love. So what it seems to me happens is, first jhana, you're aware of all 3 shells. You're aware of the mind and the calmness in the mind, and any thinking that's going on in the mind. You're aware of the body. You're aware of emotions inside that. At a certain stage, you tune out the mind. You tune out thinking altogether. Your thinking just stops. I used to wonder whether maybe it was going on, but you weren't paying attention to it. But I found myself slipping into second jhana while trying to lead meditation, and realizing it was impossible to speak, almost impossible to speak. It was an deeply unpleasant experience trying to drag words up. So I think it actually stops altogether. So now you've just got these 2 inner shells. You're aware of the body and the piti in the body, and you're aware of that joyfully. And then you make a little shift inward. You become more interested in the joy, and you stop paying attention to the body. Which might sound like it's a difficult thing to do, but I mean, I think quite often when we're really caught up in some thought, we're not paying attention to the body anymore. We're not very aware of our bodies. It's not that different from what happens, except that here we're focusing purely on joy. So we're moving in through these shells. And so that's first jhana. Second jhana, you stop thinking. Third jhana, you drop an awareness of the body, and you're just sitting there fully joyful. And then, well, what's beyond that? Well, there's peace. You somehow tune out the joy, and there's just pure awareness. And that sense of peace is more deeply satisfying than the joy was, even though the joy was very satisfying. Fourth jhana is not something I've experienced very often. It's happened to me a handful of times. I'm guessing I probably need to keep doing this for another 20 years before I can. Well, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe that's what I need to do, is just keep meditating for longer. Maybe I need to get on retreat more, because I really do not get on retreat very much. But first jhana is pretty accessible. It's not that difficult. Just quick show of hands, how many people feel that they were getting close to first jhana, moving closer? It was starting to seem more accessible. Right, okay, most of the hands are going up. See, it's not that difficult. It took just a few hours of approaching meditation in a particular way, maybe in a different way from how you've done it before, bringing a few different things together in a systematic way. It's not that difficult to set up the conditions for first jhana. So, well, there you go. Moving on to the other jhanas, however. It's not something you can rush. It takes time. The Buddha compared meditators who try to rush on into second dhyana, having had a taste of first jhana, as being like stupid cows that, sounds rather insulting, like stupid cows that decide to go wandering out of their familiar pasture and end up wandering into the mountains. Just follow some path somewhere and then they get completely lost. So it's like, if that cow was wanting to expand the range of its known territory, it has to do it gradually. You step outside your pasture, you get used to what's round about there, and then you know that really thoroughly, and then you can go a little bit further and a little bit further. But you can't just like decide, hey, I'm going to go for it. Well, you can decide that. It just won't end well. There we go. I've done the Anapanasati tetrads. I've done 4 jhanas. We've just got jhana and insight to do. I think what we'll do is approach this experientially, rather than me telling you about it. Let's do it. Let's do just a little bit of insight, not reflecting, just directly observing our experience. So get yourself set up again, settle into your meditation posture. I just realized we didn't have a break this afternoon. Sorry. That's probably why I'm tired. Okay. Maybe you're talking to yourself right now. Soft eyes, kind eyes, expansive inner field of attention, connecting with the body coming into awareness, really. You don't connect with it. It's kind of like it connects with you. Just drop straight into that awareness of the soft waves of in-breathing and out-breathing. Notice any tingling, pleasure, aliveness. And take a soft focus to any part of the body you want. And just notice what's there. And is what you're observing static? Or is it changing moment by moment by moment? What you take your attention to might be anything. It could be an area of pain and tension in the body. It could be something pleasant that's happening in the body, sense of tingling, energy. If you believe there's anything you can experience in the body that's static and unchanging, go look for it. See if it's there. Look at it really closely. Be aware of, well, your mind itself. Take a soft focus there. What is this space of the mind? What's it made out of? Experientially. Does it seem solid? If you look closely at it, does it seem as if it's one thing, or does it seem more like it's perhaps millions of different pixels of experience? Notice how your attention itself is shifting, morphing. Sometimes it's contracted, sometimes it's expansive. Your attention moves to one part of the body and then another. From the body to feeling, from a feeling to a thought, to a sound. Constant change. Be aware of any emotion that's present, any feelings that are present. Possibly joy, possibly other things. Possibly just being aware of the space where feelings arise. Is there anything solid there? Is there anything substantial? Is a feeling one thing, or is it thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of different pixels of experience? Back to the body again. Is there anything that seems solid in the body, substantial? Can you ever actually perceive that substantiality? Take something like your buttocks against your seat, your sitting bones against your seat, your knees on the floor. You can feel resistance, you can feel warmth, you can feel tingling, you can feel pleasant and unpleasant, you can feel pulsing. Is there any solid that you can feel? And solid is just a concept. So just relaxing your field of attention so that it expands into the entire body, the whole of your being. And just noticing how all of this is change. Anything you look at, anything you experience, even the act of looking itself is changing moment by moment. And so you might wonder, where in all of this change could a static, unchanging self be? So this, I think, is where insight and dhyana really meet. Yes, the ability to focus is helpful, but as we move toward and into dhyana, we experience everything in terms of intangible, ever-changing qualities. We experience everything in terms of change, impermanence, inconstancy. Well, hey, I think that was a good day. Day well spent. Thank you for being here. I'm really grateful to all of you for coming to this. And I really value the opportunity to talk about stuff that matters to me, to other people that it matters to as well. And it's just a precious opportunity, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bodhipaksa.
You're welcome. Just to round off, I said at the beginning that the most important thing was if you pick up skills that you can apply in your meditation practice that are going to help the jhana factors arise. That for me, even if you had a horrible day for some reason, but you didn't even get to deeply practice those skills, but you remember what they were, and you can take them away and you can play with them and experiment with them, then that to me that's the most amazing thing. That's wonderful. If you also felt that over the course of the day, as a lot of people seem to, that they were getting closer to jhana, perhaps substantially closer to jhana, then that's an added bonus. But mental states come and go. The skills can last you a lifetime. I don't know what to do now.
Everyone's sending some chats, some really lovely chats, and if you want to,
I'm going to open the chats.
yeah.
We can unmute as well.
Mute yourself if you want to just say hello, goodbye, thank you, whatever. And
lovely messages. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Excellent.
Excellent.
Good to hear.
Appreciated.
Nice to see you all. Bye-bye.
It was a
Bye.
pleasure.
Good to see you. Penny, lovely to hear that you play the trumpet. I used to play the trumpet many years ago.
Yes, I now have a new thing called trumpet pose.
So, good to see you, Penny.
It helps me breathe. So
yeah,
thank you very much. This was all transformative. Very, very much so. Thank you again.
Here. Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right.
Thanks.
Very nice to see you
Bye.
all. Thank you, Bodhipaksa. Thank you, Manidha, for